Captain.
Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. Session 40.
40.
Ride or die. Hey, we don't have Justin with us yet. Justin hopefully will join us later. So we just got 3 players today so far. And where are we? What's happening? Well, previous session, we spent some good time with Paxina. Paxina gave some more information and just reiterating information since we had our long break. Just going to touch up on a couple of things that were mentioned beyond, a couple of things that were mentioned that were not mentioned in, before our break. There was kind of a conversation of fog, right? Like how do we protect our minds? How do we shield? And Paxina actually stated that you should be good to go as long as you have like a strong will and mind, and then maybe some protection. And that also alludes to the gemstones, right? We've already showcased that they have some protection from divination magic and a lot. So that kind of leads into perhaps that would help us with the fog. Then we had Salinar. That was the opposing kind of faction, if you will, to the Thixians prior to the start of this congruence to somewhere else. And they said, hey, if you're going to try to find the Salinar, every time we would meet was at the altar of flowers, right? So Paxina was part of the Fairlion, the people that were actually sent to negotiate peace or treaties, right? And actually with these people. So Paxina knows right where to go because it's like, hey, this is where we would have gone. Now we had Kalima, right? The previous kind of the what's the word for it? Like antagonist, right? This Salinar matriarch that had stirred the pot so much that it caused something to happen. And Paxina had actually just kind of described a little bit that there was a fight that happened, right, between Paxina and Kalima and Salinar, right? And there was this thing, and then that's when kind of Grugash actually emerged. It was the first time they had seen Grugash. And they stated that, in terms of time, this congruence, whatever Kalima did, happened about 720 years ago. And then Grugash was actually about like 120 years after that. So there was a little bit through the conversation, Paxi was alluding to time. And they mentioned just in the grand scheme of things, there was a good chunk of time that happened between Kalima and Grugash, right? And it seemed that Grugash was like protecting, right? Did not advance against them. So when they fled away from the dragon, presuming that Kalima was dead, they've recovered the body, they then were like, oh, why isn't the dragon coming after it, right? Okay. So you mentioned, hey, was there like this purple pink lightning around Grugash? No, but there was this necromantic energy, like a veiled with kind of blackish energy about them. And then we talked about the undead horde, simply stating that like the souls are taken from the creatures. They're just not really there. And they're really mindless, forever moving in a way, right? Back and forth if they survive these attacks on the keep. Hinted when altering self that Damodar perhaps is a draconic sorcerer of old. That's just the title coin I'm putting towards it for now, in terms of what you figured out. And these draconic sorcerers were actually kind of the like subservients of dragons, or at least just working alongside dragons to either A, fight civilization, or B, blossom it on this continent, right? So this place is ruled over by dragons, and so how did the dragons stop ruling over it? And it seems that they were like giving gifts, they're actually bestowing their blood into humanoids, and that seemed to cause this change, right? And so just hinting at that. Now we split away at that point. We had Ares trading the individuals. I'm looking at my notes right now. It just makes me laugh every time I look at the name. We had Ares splitting away, trading with the feathers. Had some really interesting interactions, just getting more and more pieces. We had Thomas's fletching, seemed to be making arrows for Fort Farron, quote unquote, that would later be given to the war front, right, to the Temerians down there, since not really anybody in the Talthar military actually uses arrows. They mainly use crossbows. Christopher Wines talked about nobility there. There's a Midwinter Ball, City of Stone, aka Aluda, and you had the House Vanbeer. So all that stuff kind of is what happened in the last session. The last thing that we really had, which is going to be the focal point you all said is heading out this morning, is that Priest Dumley Goldbelly had came into the tavern in the middle of the night and was looking for Merlin, which is the orphaned kind of boy that they had taken under their kind of as a steward, right, to help them and things. And they mentioned when that happened that Priest Dumley kind of mentioned through the rambling that Priest Dumley does is that Merlin, this is not uncommon, that Merlin kind of goes and leaves and all that. So could be because of the trauma, could be because of just how Merlin is. So some of those things. I'm going to cue some tavern noises since we're still at the table of the tavern. I'm also going to just make Ares' token visible. I'm not moving them around the entire time. And the tavern itself, it's not a whole lot of people in here. It's really light, and this is just the mornings usually, right? People pop in for breakfast really quickly before they go work at the timber company.
So do we need any last minute preparations before we head out?
I think I'm well equipped. Thank you.
We didn't know.
So to the temple and then onward we go?
Sounds fine by me.
Weren't you supposed to go have story time with this child at some point?
Yes, that's assuming he's there. I'll give him a story or two, and then I don't think 20-30 minutes to tell the kid a story and help out brighten somebody's day is too much to offer.
I know some of your stories. How many of them actually brighten people's days?
The ones that I don't tell the truth in.
Fair point.
I don't know. I tend to try to leave you out of them because then they get all dark and gloomy, or people's faces melt. I haven't quite figured out how to work in the face melting thing yet.
They were overcome with the sheer depth and weight that is the existence of life.
Fair.
Rather odd way of putting it.
I mean, I guess to be fair, you didn't know what it would do, so
Simply science. You can't know if you don't try.
well, in this case, I'm glad you tried on somebody that wasn't in the group.
Yes, generally self-experimentation is hazardous because you don't know if it affects your reading of the results.
That is fair.
Okay.
Seems that
So-
our moral compass has arrived.
Moral compass is yeah. So hopefully, Dustin, can you hear us?
Yeah, absolutely. Can you guys hear me?
Fantastic.
Yep.
So I totally called it. Did I call it? Did I call it? I called it.
You got
All right.
timing.
It's uncanny. Okay, so you woke at breakfast right at the tavern. Went through the recap already. Breakfast at the tavern. From here, just getting started right with the day, heading in the direction of the temple before picking up supply, right, or at least leaving right at that point, heading for the marshes. So the rain is softly falling down. We're in the Gorn Valley. Rains all the time. It's a light rain, not heavy, not medium. So it's just kind of just slowly coming down. Overcast. It's quite chilly this morning, but eventually, hopefully, it'll warm up. There's horse traffic. There's movement going around here, and you're proceeding north from the tavern in the direction of the temple, which is on the north side of the township. Right. Fort Farron has a kind of the keep there and the grounds and the walls surrounding, and then those walls actually are encompassing the whole township at this point. And then you have farmland that kind of scatter around the homesteads and various things. So as soon as you get into the courtyard of the temple, which shares that with the actual row itself of the businesses I described, where you have the fleshing, the blacksmith and stuff, and that kind of carries downwards, heading in the direction of the keep. Their doors are shut. So, as I described prior to the temple being a very traditional kind of style temple with lots of bits of stone and then wooden kind of beams and rafters and sorts, the actual double wooden doors of the iron handles where the staircase ascends with the awning covering, those doors are shut, which seems rather odd since the temple is generally open. A lot of the common people and things. And actually, there are like 3 to 4 individuals that are kind of just standing around underneath the cupboard, kind of waiting for the doors to open up. You see them kind of mucking about, just very generic town folk wearing different colors of hides and wools, as well as just cloth. And they're currently sitting there and, standing there, and they seem to be having conversations between themselves. So it's not like they're just kind of waiting; they're actually talking between themselves. And yeah, it's just not.
You had mentioned the last time we were in here, we saw kind of the quarters. I guess they wrapped around the backside.
Yeah,
that-
so exactly. So the temple has a kind of a connected section of it on the back side. You notice there was a door that actually led to that, and then there was like a staircase that goes down and up to potentially chambers and the bell, and then down underneath, kind of a elongated basement cellar-like area. And then you have the garden that connects with the back door that leads in to that staircase area, right? And the garden's pretty elaborate, right? They have different planter boxes and these other things, trees like fruit trees and stuff, and then it's kind of fenced in with an old kind of wooden fencing, kind of naturally done with some of the shrubbery.
I suppose we should go around back and see if they're here. He was expecting me, so I don't. Unless he didn't find the child, I don't know why he wouldn't be here and the doors wouldn't be open.
And there was no other commotion or anything that you heard that night. Just him, right? There's no reason to be worried that something else may have happened.
Right. There was no sirens, no people in the streets yelling, nothing. Just old Dumbly Goldbelly.
I guess we should go and see what's going on.
So yeah, I think at that point we just head around back, unless anyone.
I'll stay in the back of the party, kind of just keeping an eye around just in case, because it seems a little sus what's going on. So just making sure nobody's like trying to sneak up on us or sneak out or anything like that.
Okay. Choosing to go around through the garden area, kind of hop over or use maybe a gate that's there. Going into the garden, you eventually see that the back door is actually open. Seems to be cracked a little bit from the top end. So one of the hinges is actually broken off and then swung open. And given the rain conditions, there's a large amount of steps, such as boot prints, from a heavy-set humanoid, and then a larger, kind of elongated foot that eventually softens and proceeds around the building, heading north.
Did the priest say
that's-
did he say the boy was missing and that he was taken?
He said that he was missing and that this happens often. So I'm assuming.
Do you think it normally happens with a broken door to the temple?
I doubt it. This makes me think that he found him, and this is why the doors aren't open. Is maybe they were both taken?
You think he found the child and then they were both taken by someone?
I mean, if he's not opening the doors and he's not running around town and the guard aren't looking for the boy, that
Can I
DM, could you
ask-
describe the footsteps again?
So one pair of footsteps, which goes up the slight staircase towards the actual door into the back end of the connected building to the temple, right, which I described as being kind of a narrow rectangular piece that also has the chambers above and then the bell, and then below that the basement, the squared off staircase at the back end, opposite where you entered from the door. And then to the left of that where you enter in would be the temple, right? So then you go into the temple area, which is the common area, the altar, right in the back end there. So
I
the
did not mean
blueprints
to
that
hit
you
that.
see,
Apologies.
yeah, you did.
I
The
was reading.
blueprints, the blueprints that you see are from a heavier set character, heavy set humanoid, and they seem to have gone in the direction from the staircase down into the muck of the pathing of this garden. And then the other set of footprints is a kind of a medium-sized humanoid that's light and long, as if like the footstep is, you have like a long foot, just simply being like, hey, I got a long, I got a big foot, I get a big foot, so I got a big shoe, right, kind of thing. But the one thing that stands out to Dahi, you inquiring about it, is that it's not actually a boot, it's not a shoe, it's a foot.
That
I'm
doesn't look like the footsteps of a child.
No, I concur. It'd be a very large child.
Could it be a dwarf? Dwarves are stouty. They're big in some areas.
No, I have not noticed the priest running around barefoot.
I was gonna say that not striking anybody else is weird that it's a foot.
Not a shoe.
Yeah.
I'm gonna poke my head into the building and like yell for Priest Dumbly Goldbelly. See if maybe he's in there somewhere. Maybe if there was a scuffle.
You answer the door, you yell outwards. There's no response.
Are the tracks decent enough with the rain and everything that we can try and follow them the other way, like from to the source?
The tracks seem to be decent enough. The boot prints are emerging from the door, right? So from there, so you can follow the boot prints and the foot. It seems like they're entangled at that point in this juncture, and they round. As I stated, they kind of round the back end of the building, so you can try to kind of follow those tracks. It's difficult to tell where the tracks are going and where they've been, just that they're there. So it's best I can do. In terms of a roll, need a survival check.
We can do that. Dahi might be better at that.
Would you like me to help or roll separately?
You can roll separately.
I was gonna say, please.
Hey, there you go.
Hey!
I love it. I love it. Hey, you can roll separately. You're probably way higher. All right. So, Dahi and Ethan, you're picking up the tracks. Obviously, Dahi, you have the natural 20. With the natural 20, it would definitely fit the understanding to you that the heavy boot prints are from Priest Only Goldbelly. You were mentioning based on their actual shoe size and the heavy step of themselves. This is them. The steps themselves, both of you tracking them are able to understand is that this is a fight. That the way that they're moving their bodies is that one person and the other person are fighting each other in the muck of here. So, Athos, your tracks, you're following the lighter step of the creature, and that wraps around the building. And then Dahi, you're kind of following that, and then you go with Athos. And it's at that point that Dahi, you recognize that the boot prints, as well as Athos, that the boot prints have stopped. And then you look into a nearby planter box in terms of a raised bed that's kind of elongated, that is still thick and ripe with tall kind of vegetation of crop yet to be picked. And some of those are kind of pulled and pushed and moved. Athos, you don't really pick up on a whole lot of that. You just know that the boot prints have stopped. And the Dahi you recognize based on that something has landed in there.
Well, I think I'll go take a look at what landed. Looks like our dwarven fellow might have been a little launched. I'll take a look at the planter.
So you move some of the stalks of this vegetation. You just kind of begin to move things. And surely you can see in some of the soil appears to be Priest Dumbly Goldbelly. That's currently laying down. Eyes are closed. It's difficult to tell if they're breathing. And they have multiple different lacerations from long nails and talons, right, that have come across the chest and the neck and the face. And then some of their arms appear to be crushed.
May I attempt a medicine check to determine if they are living? And
Because while
or
he's doing that, Athos is immediately going to cast Spare the Dying on him just in case.
Go ahead and roll a medicine check. Okay, so medicine check of 14 comes out. They are barely breathing, but they are still alive. But they have had strenuous injuries here. Spare the Dying comes out, stabilizing with magical necromantic energy, direction of the cleric. It seems like their breathing goes from like a quickened pace into like a shallow kind of breath, right?
Dahi, do you mind
there,
if I
Pardon?
cure some of his wounds a little bit, and then you can treat the larger injuries?
If you care.
I will go ahead and upcast a Cure Wounds on him, and then roll like trash.
14. So providing healing here, you see, though it's targeting mainly the bleeding, right? It's kind of staunching. Some of those things are healing. Fortunately for Priest Dumbly Goldbelly, wearing armor, usually underneath the robes, helped this endeavor, but they did not actually have a weapon. So you don't see a weapon or a shield nearby them. They also seem to lack, now looking through the robes and healing and also inspecting, they also lack their holy symbol. Currently, no actual Palor symbol adorns the neck from amulet that they wore underneath the robes. That's gone. The breathing itself becomes more relaxed. But Priest Dumbly Goldbelly has yet to regain consciousness.
Seems like we need to follow these tracks, but I think we should probably get him somewhere a bit safer before we set out.
We ought to get best inside.
Into the church, then.
Probably safest.
Probably through the back door, so we don't cause a scene.
No sense in scaring the locals.
So picking up Priest Dumbly Goldbelly is a hefty task. Fortunately, you are aided by the four of you. Getting either side and lifting. You then begin to move them only about 80 or so feet, right, towards the back door. Begin to cart in. The rain begins to kind of dwindle at the back end of that. You can hear it slightly on the roof, but it's a large, this temple is also quite insulated with gray slate, kind of stone on the roof. And you have your kind of your choice here. You got pews laid out as well as the altar. The altar is perfect to kind of lay Priest Dumbly Goldbelly here and kind of skirt some of the items beside you and some of them hitting into the actual stone floor, laying Priest Dumbly Goldbelly onto the altar. It's not worth it trying to get him up the stairs or going down the stairs, right? So you're opting for this because it's really just coming into the door frame, taking a left, maybe 10 or so feet, and then 5 feet after that towards the altar. So it's super fast to get them right on top. You hear the crowd just on the outside. Maybe twice as many people now are on the actual outside of the doors, which is about 80 feet from your current location.
Suppose we should have someone send a message to the commander, let him know what's happened.
I'm sorry, I was stuffing my face full of food. Did we look around the area that we found him for any clues as to what may have happened, other than there was evidently a scuffle? Anything else?
And having been to Fort Farron, do I have I heard any tales of monsters or creatures hurting people within the walls?
No.
Okay, this is unusual then.
Highly unusual.
So after we get him situated there, I'd like to go back to where we found him and look around to see if there's any more clues that we may have not seen in the area as to what may have done this to him.
Okay, so you're looking specifically at what had who or what had done this to them.
Yeah, if there's any clues that are there that may reveal something that we didn't look for earlier.
Gotcha. So you pass outside to the light rain. You eventually come to the scene of the crime, so to speak, and you make an investigation check.
Probably not the best person to be doing this, but here we go.
11. You can note them as a bipedal medium humanoid. Based on the marks on the chest, they are have 5 digits to the hand, and they have incredible strength to be able to crush bone.
Nothing nothing that I would have ever seen before, though. I'm guessing, or at least not with
Nothing-
that.
No, nothing based on your backstory as well as the investigation check.
Okay, all right, thank you. I'll go back and tell the rest of the group that there was nothing else I could glean from it.
That certainly doesn't sound like your average zombie. Don't think it's any of those that got their way in.
No, it makes you wonder maybe if there's something else out there that we don't know about, or maybe haven't been told about.
Perhaps. I'm going to go and find the nearest commoner townsfolk person walking down the streets or attending a booth or whatever it may be.
Okay.
You
just
mean
to-
out the front door?
Probably.
So are you looking for just somebody who might have witnessed something, or are you looking for more?
No,
just
he's gonna pay them to go get the commander and let him know something's happened at the church.
Okay, got you. So you aim for the front door. You eventually go there. You see the metal bolt that just kind of comes across in that horizontal plate, and you then just kind of take that bolt open, and then you kind of pull the doors right inwards to open them up, or I should say outwards. So, you then see the crowd, right? So the crowd noise is kind of picked up, so that's much more. They're kind of looking in your general direction, and they all just kind of go silent at that point. They're looking past you as well, and seeing Priest Only Goldbelly just laid out onto the altar. This older one, human, with grayish hair with a little bit of wiring in the stubble, has the Palor symbol across the chest. Just a kind of a brown tunic that goes over across a cloth shirt. What happened to Priest Only?
It seems that he was attacked. By whom we do not know. We are endeavoring to find out. I need someone to go and fetch the fort commander and let him know what has happened.
Yes, we can. I can do that. No worries. Do you want the commander here? Aid? Soldiers?
I would leave that to his discretion, but a couple of guards might be in order for the good priest.
All right. Begins to push through the crowd and kind of runs. Another person follows as well. They begin to murmur and talk to themselves.
Carry on as you were. I'm just gonna go back inside.
You shut the doors?
Yeah.
They're like hey,
So now the question is, with the rain, do we wait on the guard to get here, or Dahi, do you feel up to the task of tracking whatever did this before the footprints are washed away?
Well, I imagine I could give it a go.
Yes, but being that it is raining, our time is limited if we intend to follow whomever did this.
We have not seen any sign of the boy at all, have we?
No.
Is there, Tardan? You never saw the boy. You just knew that he was looking for him, right?
Correct.
And he was looking for him because why again?
He is the orphan boy that lives here with the priest.
Have we ever thought that maybe this could be the boy?
I was thinking that. Wondering about tales of monsters within the walls, perhaps.
I think he's afflicted with lycanthropy or something.
That's like a 3-syllable word that I have no idea what it means. Could like what lollipop
Yeah.
thicky?
But you think he's a monster of some description?
Oh yes, what was that word you used for monster again?
Lycanthropy. Those afflicted
okay.
with the more hirsute type of afflictions.
Oh, you mean the guys that turned into dogs?
That's all.
Okay, okay. Yeah, no. But in all seriousness, like I do think that there's probably some relevance to that if Dahi was thinking it as well. I mean, he's much smarter than I am, so
It's an interesting theory.
It is, but
You
if he
find
was
it-
looking for the boy, it's still our job to help, is it not?
True. I find it particularly odd that he did not have his holy symbol upon him. This doesn't strike me as a petty robbery. There's plenty of other things in the church that could have been taken. So to take it would insinuate a disrespect or a dislike for deities in general, for his deity in particular, him perhaps.
what was the symbol made
Well-
out of? Maybe it's just a robbery.
Oh, but that's my point. I think if they wanted gold and jewels, they'd probably find more in the church. I mean, I'm assuming it doesn't look like the church has been ransacked or anything, right?
The valuables that would be on the altar are untouched, right? Those
Yeah.
same, the incense and some of the actual. I won't go into the names of them, but yes, they're
What I would suggest is that whoever or whatever took the symbol might have a connection to Father Goldbelly himself.
It could be. It definitely is. It smacks of something personal, whether it be personal with his deity or personal with him.
Or just knowing how to weaken a cleric.
Perhaps. I doubt they got it off him before he was put down.
Well, either way, I think we should probably try to find out what did this and see maybe if the boy might be in trouble or keep in the back of our head that the boy might be the cause of this.
Agreed. Now you've got me curious. I hadn't anticipated anything other than an outsider.
I'm still trying to figure out the words you used, to be honest.
The one wrench in your plan with it being the boy is the door was broken inward. But other than that,
Well, the boy was missing, so it could be that
Yeah.
he forgot his key and
broke the door down.
got very angry about getting back inside.
Stop trying to discredit my theory, Tardan.
I throwing
You
it
g-
out there.
Any good theory stands up to cross-examination.
I feel like this is
Mhm.
personal, Tardan.
No, what's personal is us sitting here talking instead of tracking his footprints.
Yes, we
Let's
should
go.
get on the way.
That we should.
okay. So we're not going to be waiting for the response
Figure it
from
out.
the town folk. They'll figure it out on their own. Typical ride or die style.
Can we leave a note for him?
I mean, I think they're going to come in. Priest Dumley's laying there all jacked up. They go, okay, we need to help the priest. I mean, it's pretty straightforward.
Pretty obvious.
Yeah, I'm in.
Leave a note. We're sorry. No, you all did a wonderful job. You eventually pass outside. I'm actually gonna be still taking your natural 20. Based on the rules of survival and tracking, you don't just like lose your base of track unless something has happened. So nothing has dismayed you or sort of moved you away from those tracks. And the weather that's pouring down at this point is still the same. So you're in the same conditions as if you tracked it before. The light rain beginning to pass through. I'm going to make that sound effect here for you all. You're rounding the back into the building of these tracks. Eventually, the tracks suddenly change. It goes from having a long foot with these toes, right, that match the size of that foot on a medium sized bipedal. They then turn into a dainty step of a shoe with a smaller gait. Still medium, smaller. They work quickly, moving through some of the shrubs, and then eventually to the actual dirt rock road that entrenches the paths of this small neighborhood and buildings that exist on the northeast side of the township, noted by Paxina's places as well. The path and the trail following it becomes difficult. With the natural 20, it's not. Eventually take that trail right up to the cobbled road, and then it goes north out of the township's gate. 2 guards positioned top of the stone wall, slight platforms to made towers. Currently standing there, holding on to crossbows, putting it over the shoulder. And then a couple more on the wall are walking left and right over the cobbled wall, just as sentries. Maybe this is a response from the increase in movement of the undead, right? That timetable has moved up. So you're just seeing a little bit more guard currently on the wall than you had seen when you entered in from the south side. You continue to track.
We do.
Following along the cobbled road going north, you eventually exit out of the wall into an inner crossroads or intersections of sorts, with a couple different roads going to homesteads and farms. The main road continues north, and then the dirt rock road proceeds west, rounding around the wall in the direction of the timber company. Sounds at this point of horse traffic and carts begin to fill slightly from the distance, even as it bounces around the corner of the wall and through. And then there are individuals that you can perceive, shadows of sorts, inside of the small wood, and you can hear the tools and the machinery and that sort of thing working. You pass towards that dirt rock road and the intersection of the crossroads, taking time here of your tracking skills and just trying to understand where the pathing of something like this would go. If it goes on the main road, it will be nothing. It's a cobbled road. You really wouldn't be able to see much of anything, track-wise, especially in these conditions. Rinsed away. Something catches your eye on the road that proceeds west from this crossroad, in the direction of the Smallwood and the timber company. It seems, for a brief moment, that you catch the track in the middle of the cart trail, as well as the horses that implant this road, and the numerous people that march across it. A small, minute detail in the midst of dozens, and yet your skill is unparalleled. You can see that that step continues its gait in a similar fashion, albeit relaxed, and is proceeding west, skirting the outside of the wall, headed for the Smallwood or the timber company. Are you informing your party of this?
Absolutely.
What do you want to do?
Seems rather strange. Hiding out, perhaps.
Perhaps, yes.
This would be a seemingly good place to do it, no?
I would imagine they do have a fair amount of traffic since they take trees from here, but it could just be a temporary stop on the way to somewhere else.
That's a fair point to think of. I was thinking more of the fact that it is outside the walls in the normal area that they're probably looking for, defensive positions, if you will. But that's a good point, Athos. There is a lot of traffic here. This is interesting. I think we
Sound
keep
pursuit.
following, no?
Yes,
Yep.
I'd say so.
You continue to follow, heading down the west road. Eventually, rounding around the corner of the wall, you can see that the timber company is on the south side where this road travels. Horse carts and such from the main road begin to dwindle, but the sounds of the individuals mucking about begins to pick in the pace of noise. The rain's still falling down, and still that same volume level of the individuals working and cutting down trees. Trees are falling. There's lots of saw noises and buzzing and things. I don't particularly have a sound effect that actually mimics that, so I'm just going to go in with the theater of mind to that endeavor. Now, this small area that's built outside the fort to the northwest here, existing the edge of the Smallwood, is surrounded by like stumps and dirt that riddle the ground of this compound. This compound is roughly 3 different structures. There's a large 25-foot wooden tower providing oversight of the forest that sits at the center point of this all. You have tents, brown, white canvas, pitched fire pits and pots for lunch, perhaps. And given the hour and state, those are relatively unused, so they're just kind of pitched there. There's wagons, but up north of the tower, horses free grazing, covered fence area, 2 troughs, green water, 2 long and thin wooden structures, somewhat open walls, are fit with assembly-like processes for moving large pieces of wood. Use them as suitable timber for housing. Chains dangle from the wooden rafters, pinch-like tools, and so you're getting the sights. You can see that right through because these structures are open. There is a small wooden structure. It's about 20 by 15, and that sits kind of like a straw thatching, almost like small like glass windows, and that's like attached between the 2 buildings. It sits kind of outwards towards the tower. There is a large sign, postage boards outside of it for assignments and things, and the sign simply states small timber. And you're getting that as you round the corner and looking. At this point, track itself has gone cold. The rain has fallen down enough overnight into the morning that you haven't been able to pick it up. And so you're now left with the direction of the Smallwood to your right-hand side as you stare at the timber company, or perhaps the timber company itself.
Should we make ourselves known here to see if there's anybody around, or do we want to keep on snooping?
The problem is, what if the somebody that's around is the somebody that's responsible for what was happening?
Then we cut his arm off.
It's one solution.
But if it's the boy,
For somebody that uses arrows, you are very fond of trying to cut somebody's arm off all of a sudden.
I mean, I do have a sword, by
Arrows
the way.
do you think it would take to cut an arm off?
One.
Very, very precise.
As long as I have sharpshooter on, 1. I'm kidding. So I guess keep on snooping around, see if we can't find something, but my concern is spooking people here, or potentially maybe spooking whatever this is we're looking for and making it defensive.
I suspect it is not going to be happy to see us, whatever it is. As far as spooking the locals, they're not really our concern right now. Worst case scenario, they get a bit of a fright.
Dahi,
Fair
you're
enough.
the tracker. Do you think we should go to the timber company or into the Smallwood?
well, I suspect if this boy is hiding or something, he might hole up in a home, especially given the rain. That'd be my first intuition as a hunting a person.
Should we split up 2 and 2, or stay together?
Problem is, we don't have, to my knowledge, a reliable means of communication if one of the groups finds anything important.
I figured if something was found, the screaming would probably give it away.
Assuming you
Depends
don't
on
want
how
to.
far we get.
So the tracks we've lost altogether. They just kind of stop and did diverges here. There's the timber company in one direction and sort of the woods off to the other one.
That's correct. It's difficult. It's too difficult to tell if the steps of this individual continue down the road of this dirt and rock road, lined with grass and small flowers. This road also parallels the wall in addition to the Smallwood before it filters towards the actual small timber company, the compound that they have, right with the tower, the long assembly line warehouses, and then most likely a field house. In addition, they actually have like apartment style buildings out here, right? So the people do actually live out here. They have workers and stuff. They don't just get work from the township, but they actually will hire out and store them. And they have a pretty decent sized business. You can see a lot of the clear cutting within the Smallwood in certain segments and certain parts. And so that's the difficult part here is do the tracks proceed into the actual wood, like the forest, or do they continue down the road in the direction of the timber company?
Yeah, I'm not really sure.
I
I mean, it
mean,
sounds like if we were to go into the woods, we'd be wandering a bit aimlessly since we can't seem to keep up with the tracks at this point.
are the woods close enough to take a peek to see if the tracks pick up in there because it was shielded from the rain a little bit without going too far off base?
Okay. So you're going to pass into the wood where you kind of predict in the direction if you were on the road and you went to the wood, you're going to survey the scene, right? Survey the edge of the forest, maybe a little bit in, and see if you can pick up the trail where it would be more muddy, right? Twigs, branches, these things maybe broken. Okay. So he's going to take that survival check.
But I don't want to go too far in. I just enough to kind of
just enough to where you'd imagine the trail could pick up. I got you.
correct.
I'm with you. Smart.
I will tag along and provide you with guidance.
Yeah, you might
I
want to
think
tag
we'll
along and be
all
the
be
one that
hanging
does
out
the
with
check.
Ares is just the brain of the group at this point.
God
Well,
help
I
him.
mean, my military training does come in handy for some things here.
Oh, Dahi, are you going to be providing this check, or you?
I can do
just
that.
aim?
Yeah.
Okay. I was going to say, you keeping with the track, right? Maybe.
Yeah,
having-
maybe let him know.
Maybe
I will
letting him-
provide
Probably
you
not my strongest suit right now, by the way. So yeah.
with guidance.
Yeah, so go ahead and add a D4, Dahi, and then you can do it with advantage because Ares is going to be helping, right? So Ares is, you both are going to be coming through at this point. Aethos providing guidance, and Tard doing what Tard does best.
Absolutely.
Sitting here being
Absolutely
like,
nothing.
does anything need to be killed or written about? Okay, cool. Nope, I'm here.
Sorry about that.
Emotional
So another
support.
survival check with advantage and a D4?
Yeah, so
Yes.
you're gonna hold down Alt just to roll the survival, and then you can manually roll the D4.
Oh my god.
Guess I don't need
Wow.
advantage.
Yeah.
Don't need to have two. The only two rolls.
Master
right?
tracker.
Master tracker at this point. So Dahi and Ares, you're going through, and kudos to Ares with
Thank
that
you, Ares.
suggestion. You begin to go off the road, and you actually notice that there are a few actually small shrub bushes with branches, that have been broken, and there's a clear path, you Dahi, with your survival check of a natural 20, getting all the way up to a 32 there, that the creature has passed into the wood and has made way in the direction of northwest.
Good work, gentlemen.
See, Athos, I do pay attention.
You're learning. How many doors are there in this forest?
Depends how many doors you can get out of one tree, which depends on the size of the tree. And the size of the door coming from the tree.
It's a tree falling noise. Trying to, just so you understand. That's how it gives it a light. It's loud right now. Crashing trees down over there.
So, Dahi, onward the track, I guess? Keep following this, or do we want to, before we get too far into the woods with an impending horde attack, not
imagine we
pursue?
Well,
I think we were told the horde's 2 days out still, right? So if we're
Yeah,
gonna do this, it has to be now.
Well, the
That
horde
being
was
said, it
also
would be
2
good to-
weeks out before it was 2 days out a day ago.
it would be
There's a
good to
possi-
scout the area a bit.
It's a possibility that it is as you suspect, and the boy has got some monstrous tendency, in which case we are tracking him. But if it is not that case, then we probably have a limited amount of time before the boy is no longer retrievable.
All fair. Onward, I say.
Okay. Onward.
That would be. I'm not speaking for the group. That's just my vote.
Yep, onward.
Okay. So passing onward here, the crowd noise begins to dwindle. You have the light rain that's cresting down through the forest, and eventually you come into some forest life away from the actual timber company creating noise. So that wildlife is now kind of coming out, right? This is very typical. Dahi, this is not an unfamiliar place. You most likely have actually foraged and hunted in here if you stayed some time at Fort Fair. There is small to medium-sized game. There are hunters. There are trappers in here, particularly the streams as well as the waterways that kind of work down in the direction of the Fair and River. They have critters, beavers, as well as things that can fetch a good price for pelts. And so you actually can encounter them on occasion and see them through the trees, keeping your spacing, right? It's kind of hunter's code, right? Don't walk on the same path traveled. And so you're tracking this trail, and you can see some hunters and trappers right through the forest. Smallwood is not a dense forest. It's actually filled with sparse to somewhat collected deciduous trees. Given the time of year as well, they're actually losing their leaves. And so you have a lot more sight than you would otherwise in another forest. You have small, medium-sized shrubs, as well as ferns, and the collection of the leaves will cause some dead space between the trees. But overall, your sight is there. And so you can see them through hundreds and hundreds of feet, the daylight coming through. And they just look towards you, hold out a hand, to acknowledge that you're there. And then they put the hand down and they go about their business, tracking, hunting themselves. Eventually, you have traversed roughly an hour and a half into the Smallwood, continuing to follow this trail. The rain softly falling down, the steps of the creature appear to move at a slower pace. So they're just softly walking through and allowing their feet to really set into the mud, as well as the grass, leaving some of the branches as well. They're not hiding their tracks of any kind. And eventually you actually see there is a bit of a white scrap, a linen. It's kind of loosely torn off, perhaps caught on a nearby tree branch. You kind of pull that off and you look at it. Just common cloth. And upon that you begin to hear the sound of a hum, coming in the distance of northwest. And as you hear the hum, you can see across the forest is a person that is knelt down at the edge of a stream, humming a song to themselves, filling a pot for water, as well as cleaning some laundry.
Where are they?
Way to the northwest.
Northwest, yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Big map.
Big old
During the
map.
day, you can see them. Yeah, it's a big map.
I don't believe that's the boy.
But just looks
No.
like normal
Uh,
business, right? Like they're not nothing really sus, just kind of normal doing stuff.
The only thing that is suspicious is Tadaki, and that is that the trail goes very much in their direction.
Okay.
You said they're knelt down at the river's edge, like they're washing something, fetching water, something along those lines.
Correct. They're filling a pot full of water. They set it alongside of them, and then they
Ah.
currently have a few garments in a saw, like out of a wicker basket to the left, and then they're taking the garments out, and putting them into the water, and then taking them out again.
You're certain we stayed on the same track, didn't accidentally diverge onto someone else's path.
I say, can I tell whether this is clearly a masculine or feminine person by the way they're dressed?
Give me a perception roll.
That was almost another 20.
Almost.
yeah.
Let me see. I think I might have something for this. Let's see. Insight. Vision. Nope, I don't. Never mind. Sorry.
So an 11 perception. You have a pretty, like I said, you have good sight lines. You see the figure and you're watching. It's just a little bit far to really get a true, right, seeing and they're getting a true understanding of who they are in terms of assistance. What I can tell you with an 11 is that you understand that they have a headpiece. So there is a piece of cloth that goes over their hair. Their hair does seem to be longer. And then they have blues and whites with a kind of a longer flowing piece of clothing.
You did say that the tracks changed a ways back. There were foots, and then there were shoes, changed size. I mean, if I were being pursued and didn't think I could lose my pursuers, A disguise is not something I have not used to escape such tactics before. Usually takes a bit longer to put one on, though.
Really? Because I can do it in 6 seconds.
Well, it may not mean so much as a disguise as he has lured us into somebody else's path that we might confuse him for an innocent.
It could also be possible, but then where did they go? Whoever it is we're pursuing.
Or
Beyond our target.
or maybe he changed out of whatever form he was in into something else. Back to his
Maybe we
normal-
just go ask.
Probably be best.
You go ask. I'm going to stick to the trees as best I can. I'm trying to keep an eye on things. Watch for any other movement. People who may be watching. Listening.
I am not going to stay hidden, but I'm going to stay a little further back where I can keep my eye on the area and the person as they approach.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? I am going to... I would like to try to stay hidden so that the individual can't see me right now.
Make a soul check.
Is the game paused for anybody else? I cannot move myself.
More
The game is
20s.
not paused. I will go
Okay,
ahead
then let me
and
refresh.
yeah, go ahead and refresh. If that doesn't work, I can recycle your token out of the board.
Yeah, no, it had the paused icon there, so I think I just need to refresh.
Oh, yeah, no, it's not paused.
If we get into combat, we're all going to die because that's the third 20 we've rolled.
Yeah, I was just... Yeah, I'll sacrifice that for a nat one if we can not count that, you know.
I'm just
count
waiting
that.
for my nat 20s, okay?
Right. So yeah, we're going to be rolling all ones in a few minutes, and the DM's going to have all
Yep.
20.
Yeah.
I have not rolled yet, so it's fine. Actually,
Well,
my
we
roll,
all-
I did roll once, and they were about on par with what I normally roll.
I accidentally rolled earlier and got double fives, so it's
We all know how you typically roll there, Tardan, so we're not worried about your rolls.
You want to talk about the Coliseum fight again?
Shut up.
Is everything working for you, David?
Yep, that worked. Now I just refreshed and it's good.
Okay.
I'm coming.
Flying
Hey, you guys.
It's like Austin Powers doing the turnaround here.
I do have to say there should be a module to quicken the drag ruling stuff because there's sometimes where it's a little bit unrealistic. Or it should exponentially increase if depending on the distance you go.
yeah.
So as you come to the edge here, Ares, you have the natural 20 here coming to the base of some shrubbery that's underneath this tree. You're kind of crouched down looking and eventually just disappearing with the wind. The three of you are not deciding to take the stealthy approach, it seems, just kind of walking up, right?
Oh, I was definitely trying to be stealthy, yeah.
You're trying to be stealthy. Go ahead and make, if you're going to make an active roll or passive. Do you?
I'll just stay with the passive. It's probably fine.
Okay.
What's your passive, like 32, 35?
It's only 22.
Oh my god.
A passive perception of 27.
Yes.
Investigation 26. Yeah. There is no.
Those are all your
there are-
passives?
Those
Yes.
are passives. There is no hidden door that I do not see.
Yeah.
Oh
Passive
my
perception
God.
of 27. Yeah.
Yep. Used to have a player that did that. We called him Mr. NSA.
Oh my
All
god, dude.
seeing.
Okay, so Athos, you're hiding. It's similar, right? There's many medium, small size shrubs. Look at yourself, maybe even this tree, right? Some of the branches getting towards there. You notice at this point it's an old lady, kind of like it's got a brownish, a brownish kind of underness to the blue headpiece there. It's got blonde, graying hair that's been put back into a braid. They have a nice dress of blue and white cotton, a bit of wool, kind of underlaying with cufflinks and such. And they're currently cleaning similar styled garments to what they're wearing. The garments, in terms of what's in there, seems to be about 12 to 13 different pieces, or like wardrobe sets. And then the bucket of water just sits made out of just plain iron, and it's there kind of towards the edge and things. And so, yeah, it's nothing really stands out to you in terms of what they're doing, and they just slowly kind of look up your general direction as you're both approaching.
Hello, miss. Sorry to interrupt your chores. You wouldn't happen to have seen a young boy go through here, would you?
A young boy.
Yes, his name is, I believe, Merlin, is what we were told.
Merlin. I haven't seen Merlin.
Have you been out here long?
A little bit, yes. Doing the laundry.
DM, I would like if they are visible to look at her shoes and see if they are very muddy.
Okay, make a perception check.
I cannot perceive.
13. They don't look like it. Not any muddier than they should be. They also aren't wearing. I'll give you the 13. They aren't wearing shoes right now. They actually have boots on. Like dress.
Ah,
Hard to see because they're knelt down, but so you
Right.
know you're closer. Right?
So you haven't seen anyone come through here this morning, huh?
No,
Do you
Ouch.
live nearby?
I do. My cottage is about half an hour that way. I have pies. Would you like some?
I'm gonna shimmy down over here towards Dahi and whisper. Did they seem like they carried off in that same direction?
it seemed like they ended about around these parts.
I suppose, I mean, have you heard of anyone living in the small woods? Why wouldn't her place have been ransacked by the horde?
That is a mighty fine question. I suppose hunters might keep their hunting stands, their lodges there, but they wouldn't live out here full time if they were worried about the horde.
Let alone a little old lady that cooks pies.
Mighty peculiar.
Was I close enough to hear their exchange with the mystery lady?
Yeah.
Can
Talking
I
over the sound
assess?
of the water, right?
Can I assess the truthfulness of this mysterious person?
Roll insight.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
Good lord.
So, looking at the mannerisms of how they're presenting themselves, they seem to be quite calm. They are surprised that there are people here. So, their little bit of the eyes kind of go up. And they are not moving and jittery, repeating certain phrases. Nothing informs you that they are lying. Finishes the laundry segment here, puts it back in the basket, and picks up the
I
pot
think so.
into the basket.
Sorry.
Well, you all want some? You can come follow me. If not, no worries.
I think some pies would be mighty fine. Thank you.
All right. Cottage is this way. Begins to slowly saunter off. Northwest.
Now, where did the tracks end relative to this map? In the southeast corner where we were? Or does it actually
So-
go all the way up to the river's edge?
So following the tracks, it seems to go up to the stream's edge in this general location, not obviously directly opposite of where the creature or that person was, right? From there, you're looking at the other side, and you actually don't see any tracks on the other side of the stream.
Well, very well could be that whatever it was swam up or down the river from here. Not seeing any tracks on the other side.
I do find it quite curious, but she didn't seem to be lying about anything.
I suppose we should follow. It's our only lead at this point. If anything, we get free pie out of it.
Do you remember when I offered someone free wine Tom?
I was just about to say free food for somebody we don't know.
I am better prepared than they were.
I am
Um,
ready.
Yeah, well, if that's the case, I guess we just follow her and try the pies and see what's
Maybe
what.
not try the pies, but we at least agree to have a slice and see what happens.
I think following her is a good idea, one way or the other. The pie,
Yep.
maybe not. Let's see. But,
Okay.
Trusting strange lady with pies is how you end up in a strange lady's oven as the next spy.
as well.
As we're walking along, Dahi will hold out a couple of vials to all y'all. Say, just in case she does something a little funky, I suggest you down one of these before we meet up at a cabin. And you'll hand all of you a vial of antitoxin. So,
How long does this last?
1 hour advantage on poison saving throws.
All right, cool. I'll just drink it when he gives it to me. So it's only half an hour.
Should
Didn't lie to us.
Athos and I stay hidden?
That's up to y'all.
Well,
I
she's
suppose
walked
that's-
off at this point, so
Yeah, let's get there and see what the environment looks like to assess.
Fair.
From
I will.
Right.
In that case, not knowing if I'm staying hidden or not, I will go ahead and drink the vial of anti-poison as well, or anti. What was it?
Antitoxin.
Antitoxin as well.
And then we follow.
Okay, so following the old lady through the small wood here, you eventually leave the stream into your distance that is subsided. Sounds of the forest continue, and the light rain is beginning to dwindle just a little bit, but is continuing even more sparsely. Eventually, after a half an hour or so passes by, you've got a time of 2 hours at this point, and you are brought and observe is a single-story cottage that exists at the middle of a kind of a sparser area of the deciduous wood. So this loads in for the stream view. Come on, stream view, you're lagging with me. Come on, let's go, stream view. There, we're good. There you go. You can see the building itself is raised, has a decent kind of wooden kind of foundation. There's a shelter, kind of a cover area of straw, and the roof itself is straw of the building for wood. Side door, main entry, balcony overhang, covered as well. Windows, you're able to see through the windows. And there's fireplace inside, kitchen, dining table. Everything seems to be as it should, exactly how they had described it. As a small place. The smoke billows from 2 of the chimneys. So there's 2 places that smoke is kind of coming up on the stone chimneys, rock wall. And the old lady just continues to make way for the front entrance.
I'm still gonna hang back a little bit here, not revealing myself right now.
Opens the
As we
door,
get-
swings it, and turns.
Interesting. Nothing seems odd about the house, right? It just like there's a foundation to it. There's
Yeah, it's held up
no
on
random.
Yeah, it's held up on wooden stilts. It's held up on different structures and things, foundation-wise. So everything kind of stands out to you as normal here. See this? They turn around and just brought attention to the 2 of you. They don't know the other 2 are there. They kind of turn and look at both of you. Well, come in. Make yourself at home. Shut the door when you come in.
Does the way the house looks, weathered and age-wise, be something that fits her? You know, I don't have a really better way to say it. Like, is the house new looking? Like, it doesn't, like she didn't maybe constructed, hasn't lived there for a while, or is the house aged and would be appropriate for her age of somebody to have lived there for a while?
I think that it would. I mean, the structure itself is impressive. So this person would have had to have built this in their younger years or have procured it from somebody else who built it.
Okay.
As best as I can give you.
Okay.
It's old. I mean, you can see the wear from the rock walling. There's moss as well as vine. You can see that there's age to the structure. But I don't think that you're close enough to really get an understanding of that, right? Like being like this. Building 60 years old.
Well, I just want. I mean, because like if she's older, but it
Yeah.
looks like a brand new house. It's this.
Yeah, it's
built
not brand
like-
new. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not brand new.
Hey Dahi, do you see any zombie footprints anywhere around before we head inside? Just from the horde?
You're muted, by the way.
I will see what the dice tell me to see. Maybe.
20% perception check. You have not actually come across much destruction by the horde. It was only on the earlier parts, Smallwood proceeding mainly west on the trail, north. Eventually, you got into the density of the wood. It does not appear that the horde actually goes this far into the wood.
While everyone's peeking around, Athos is hiding in a bush, and he's going to cast Detect Magic on himself.
Okay.
Wow, that is a killer effect.
Oh, the tech magic effect.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's super cool.
he's
Nice.
just going to sort of examine the house.
Okay. So passing inside here, the rain begins to kind of collapse onto the roof, increasing that noise here. And then you have a soft fireplace noise from the particular corner fireplace as well as the central, which is slightly smaller. There's a mixture of different supplies, making apple pies as well as other fruit pies and meat pies and such. And you notice that the old lady here has made way for the corner, sits down the pot, then goes over to the wardrobe over here and just sets the wicker basket down. And then while they're passing by, they're kind of just like mentioning, "My name is Ulissa, by the way. Come sit down." Detect magic going off here at this point from Athos. Athos, you've detected that the building is comprised of magic. Seems to be a school of conjuration and as well as objuration magic associated with the structure.
Damn, I really wish they hadn't gone inside there. He's gonna look back to Ares and just sort of like it's about to get real. We have to go.
Ares will do paper, rock, scissors back to him. I'm kidding. I would think from the military, I would understand hand and arm signals. So I will follow Athos's lead and kind of creep up to the side over here.
Woo!
Are these windows right here? Is that what is the?
Yeah, those are windows.
Okay, so I'm gonna get to this one. Nope, not to that one. Trying to get to where I can see. Okay, there's a wall there. It's paused. What?
It's paused because you, Ares, funneling on the western side of the building here, as you're kind of looking through the window, you notice that there's some light coming from candlelight from the window. It appears to be a bedroom of sorts as you're kind of looking in that general direction. At the same time that it happens, Athos, you're looking through the window, and you notice that there's a odd figure that moves to sit down on a chair on the back porch. As the figure sits down, they have long, draping gray hair funneling down from a greenish skin and a crooked nose. They're sitting down and appear to be holding a cup of tea of some kind, and they're rocking back and forth in the chair. As they do that, Ulissa, who is named now themselves, is slowly pulling a pie that was cooling, one of the top areas that they're shelving, pulling it down, cutting off a slice. They begin to walk it over, and they set down a plate for you, Tardan, and a plate for you, Dahi, at the bottom end of the table where Tardan is sat. Unpaused.
So, Ulissa, how long have you lived out here in the small woods? This seems like an odd area to set up home.
I have lived out here for, I want to say, at least 40 years now. Been a while.
Could I conceivably fit through this window? Is it like large enough to climb through?
Well, it's a glass pan with wooden reinforcement. Does not appear that the window mechanism to open it would be on the other side. Could potentially be like a little latch that swings inwards. I should say outwards. This particular window. You could fit through it. You could kind of roll through if you need to.
Yeah. Okay.
And do you live here alone? Who helps provide the necessary goods for this pie?
I forage and I go into the township and get goods every once in a while. The person, small timber that particularly is helpful to me.
Oh, anyone that Dahi may know? Dahi's from around here, so.
I'm looking this lady over. Have I seen her during my times in Fort Farron?
This lady? No, you have not seen this lady in the township.
Well, it ain't impossible, I suppose. It's a large enough town. I can't know everybody.
I'm assuming I would get the same answer that Athos did about the window on my side of the building. I would like to, as I'm clearing the building here, slowly, carefully, just as much as I need to, peek my head around the backside to see what I see along the backside of the building that I haven't seen to this point.
Okay. Move your token.
How do you half move again or
Shift.
shift? Thank you.
Yeah, pick up your token.
It can be a
Pick up
little
your
weird.
token. Hold down shift and it'll unlock
There we
it from
go.
the grid.
Okay, so I can see Athos now.
Yeah, so he's just gonna.
We can also just interpret that you're peeking out if you just move 5 feet.
There you
it's
go.
fine to the grid.
So he's just gonna signal that there are two and point to the porch where they're sitting. And he's going to. Hold on, where'd it go? It's in here somewhere. Wait,
Well,
wait,
eat
here it is.
up. Don't be shy. Get a piece for myself.
Oh,
So walk
I'm gonna
over.
cast all of the invisibility.
Yeah. It's still a problem. I haven't updated.
Jesus,
any
how many
modules
times
with any of
are
that.
you like quadruple invisible now?
It's actually not as much as it has been, so that's pretty cool. Normally it does like 13 of them.
Yeah, I've seen a
Yeah.
lot more.
I gotta just
Um,
go through modules and fix things instead of any time. So.
It'd be rude of your guests to start eating before
Shit.
you sat down, so we'll wait on you.
So he's gonna signal to Ares again. There's three. He just saw another one.
Except for you're invisible.
Oh shit, that's a good point. Yeah, you weren't
Yeah, I was gonna say Ares doesn't see shit.
seeing it. I forgot I went invisible right before that.
Well, don't. As a apple pie, just the same as you two. Nice large slice with crispy, flaky crust. Reaches
So-
and just grabs a piece of it. Delicious. Enjoy.
Smells mighty fine.
So based on what Athos told me, there's somebody on the back porch with the hand and arm signal stuff. I'm gonna try to work my way like around this way using the cover of the bushes here, to conceal myself, or trees. I don't know. Hopefully, just some bushes, so I can get a look at the back porch and see what's there.
Getting on top of the tree is what you're doing.
Yeah, I mean, I can. I just want to be able to see the back porch.
You're gonna climb the tree and try to be stealthy while you climb a tree.
I mean, I can just levitate up the tree. To be honest, I don't have to climb it, which is, I would think, pretty stealthy.
I'm just asking in terms of what you're doing to maintain.
I will use levitate to not have to climb the tree and make noise, but just kind of float up to get onto a branch quietly.
Okay. So you're making way in the direction of the backside of the building here. You're making stealth, and then you begin to invoke your magic. Verbal and somatic component are needed. I need you to roll a stealth check, please.
But
It was almost a nat 1 on my screen, so I'll take the I'll take the 14.
How high are you levitating?
Enough to get to a branch where I don't have to fumble through everything, but I can still be concealed from the back porch in my mind.
15 feet up.
Yeah.
So-
That,
So I can see all
fun.
these things, but Athos can see like everything. But they're using some. Can he tell they're using some sort of concealment?
So I'm gonna have it paused. So don't remove your token
Oh,
here.
sorry.
I'm gonna, it's okay. I'm gonna
I
describe
was moving
to
as you paused.
Yeah. So I believe your vision, you have sense invisibility and see invisibility. So
Right.
sense invisibility 30 feet and see invisibility 60 feet. And that's based off of you have a dagger of blind sight, and then you have the goggles. Stands to reason these creatures are invisible. So having it paused, and the reason why is one of the creatures on the back porch in the chair has stood up from it and looks in the direction of the tree. Looks with this crooked green nose as it comes down and flowing gray hair over a drape of brown kind of dress that kind of just flows. They have long nails and large hands and large feet. They're looking as they hold the side rail and they're staring off in the direction of the tree moving, and then they immediately go, their eyes kind of turning. As they do, they begin to move at a slightly quickened pace. The door. As they do, they kind of brace the door a little bit with the hand. And they look left and right.
Well, Dobby, I
Aries.
suppose.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I suppose it would be rude not to eat.
Of course it would be rude. You can't say no to my pie.
Do say it smells lovely, man.
Ares, who sees nothing on the back porch, is thinking this whole time, man, Athos' perception is full of shit.
Ares. I count 4. 2 outside, 2 inside. Presumably, she is also one. That would make 5 total. They're using invisibility. I can see them. You can't.
Where? Now Ares is like, what the fuck? Now there's some invisible person talking to me. Sounds like Athos.
I am also invisible.
Oh shit.
Brains
you-
exploding right now.
So, I assume you whispered this to me because you're
Yes,
close enough.
Stage whisper.
So I will whisper back. I can't do anything if I can't see him.
I can make targets, but I believe the fight is going to go inside. You should be prepared to enter the house.
Seeing as how our comrades haven't started a commotion, I assume that they have scouted the outside, so I'll go ahead and start eating at this point.
Dahi would start like beyond the motion of eating, but seeing his comrade take the first bite, he will delay a second and be like, I suppose, do you live out this way by yourself? Have to deal with all that hauling of goods and foraging yourself? Secretly, he's watching to see if anything happens from having taken the first bite. You have a guinea pig here.
We do have a guinea pig. Tried to make you the guinea pig, but you wouldn't take my bite, so.
Live out
Nope.
on my own. But I occasionally get some hunters and others that come in, and I offer them similar ordeals. Yeah, pie, tea. I can make you all tea as well.
Oh, what kind of tea?
Well, it is a little bit of a licorice flavor and some roots. It's my own recipe.
Sounds
Do
like
you have
fun.
any whiskey
I don't
or
drink
wine?
any of that hard stuff. Why? No, nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing that has the sting
Fuck it.
of that. No, not
If
my.
I could get
not
a
my
glass,
taste.
I'll supply it for him.
Oh, yeah. So I might have a clay cup. So reaches to the
That'd be
table
mighty
already
fine.
set, kind of hands it over. You are.
He'll pull out his alchemist jug and give a cup of beer on over. Here you go.
I'll go ahead and take a drink of the cup of beer, just trying to see if anything happens, I guess.
From the beer.
Yeah, I mean, well, from the it takes a second for you to digest food, sir.
It's true.
You don't magically just start dying. I mean, look at how long it took you to melt their faces, you know?
It took a bit, yes. It's convenient, but if it happened instantly, it would have been a problem.
Yes, that is true. Yeah, the pie is quite good, Dahi. You should show our guests some respect and give it a try.
Looking over Garden, can I see if anything has become different about him?
Get an insight check.
Okay. And I would like to add I believe it's this one. Yes. Add a d6 to that. Or d8,
Tactical-
excuse me.
It's a D8, yeah. Tactical assessment.
To make it 22.
22. They do not appear to be under an effect of any kind. You're speaking normally. And you're also analyzing Lissa as well. If they're expecting a result of something. They do not. They're just waiting if you would like some tea and also for you to take a bite.
I'll take a bite.
Grab, take a bite. It's nice. Heavily spiced, as well as a little bit of sugar on the apples. It's good. It's not fantastic, but it's good. You
Do I
munch
find
on it.
any human teeth in the pie?
Not.
Not human.
3 to 4 minutes has passed.
Purchase strap.
And it seems like, yeah, no, right. 3 to 4 minutes have passed, and so far, nothing has happened to either one of you.
Well,
Oh,
Yulissa.
Now the fun.
Go ahead. I'm waiting for a good break because I'm about to stab a bitch.
Oh, well,
Pardon me, do you happen to have an outhouse or think all that walking got me the need to relieve myself?
I have a bathroom. It is right there. Points towards this door here.
Okay.
He's gonna get eaten in the back.
don't fall in. I've
I'm-
done that before. It's not fun.
I can imagine you have. We'll go over and open the door. You'll peek inside.
Peek inside. It's got a little toilet fixture. Be emptied out.
Okay.
Little shelf, the candlelight.
Okay. He's gonna step inside.
Do I not get advantage for the invisibility?
Invisible cancels out invisible.
Uh,
But technically, you would have advantage because they did not see you, but you can see them.
surprise. Yeah.
But we will not
Which
come
means
to
I
that.
have-
We won't come to that roll. We have to go to combat first. There's no. What are you doing, Ad? Giving a
Surprise
tag? What are you doing? Okay, so you're seeing that this creature is moving and making way. Has actually stealthed itself off of the railing, undetected by Ares. You can still see it though, and then begins to skirt the wall, and you see him holding up the hands in the direction of the tree. At the same time as that happens, Dahi, you walk into the bathroom, and you have the door open out, and then all of a sudden the door shuts. And you hear a slight snicker from directly in front of you on the toilet.
I've had this
Yeah.
nightmare.
I need, everyone,
I gotta tell you, it's been nice knowing you, bud.
I need everyone to roll initiatives.
Jesus Christ. This is going to go so poorly. So did I see the door just kind of slam with my...
You didn't see it slam, you saw it shut. And
Oh,
with your
son
passive
of a
perception, you would see that no one had their hands on the door when it shut.
Okay, so I know something funky just happened with the door, but I don't
Yeah,
know.
you're gonna be like, wait, what? That's kind of your your attitude there. And the same thing with Dahi being like, this isn't right. And then Athos is really the only one on top of the game right now for sure.
You literally see everything.
I was gonna say, I know what's going on. I just can't see shit.
Which is great for you being at the top of the turn order.
I know, right?
Well,
Yeah.
but you just stabbed somebody in front of you, right?
Well, I didn't actually stab them yet. I'm preparing to stab them.
Okay.
Is this what I want? Is this one?
Yeah, because remember, we don't do surprise rounds. And no
Well,
surprise
it's
rounds.
fifth edition. There's no such thing. So basically, it's
That's
like it's just
surprise
you're an
round, yeah.
unseen. Yeah, you're a surprise attack or unseen attack, or kind of along those lines. So, Ares, we now come to you. Athos is still invisible at this point, so you don't see Athos because Athos has yet to make this attack. I'm gonna give you one attack roll, right? For that to see if you can get a hit. I'm gonna have it unpause at this point. With your passive perception, you don't see either one of them in their invisible conditions, so their stuff is being kind of kept up and whatnot. I will also make another statement here that the creatures are not making tracks. Athos. So when you saw this creature hop off, and you imagine they would make step prints with these large feet, they didn't. It seems that they are just not there when they walk. So, Ares, what are we doing?
So I'm going to use 15 feet of movement to better position myself for this back porch here, which is where Athos had told me they were. However, I'm going to hold my attack until I see Athos attack something on the back porch. It may or may not happen. I don't know, but I can't see shit. So I'm hoping that something happens on the back porch here that I can attack on.
Gotcha.
And that will be all.
Okay. All right. So Athos, all I need to get is another. Just you can even roll it flat d20 if you want.
Well, so I would have had advantage for surprise.
You have it. You'd have advantage. So I'm taking your nat 1, and we have another attack. Right.
But I have elven accuracy, so that would be 2 more rolls.
Well, then you could we'll just put.
Just roll
I'll
it
make
with
you.
advantage.
Yeah. Hold on. And now do it. And it should technically. It's still not going to work because it's still canceling.
Yeah, I just have to hold
Oh.
it in.
Yeah. Let me see. I don't think even if you hold it, because it's a double fault.
So another one. All right,
Okay,
one more
roll-
time.
Yeah, one more time.
Well, you wanted all
Okay,
the ones.
that's not a 1 at least.
Okay, so the 17 is what we're taking. You see if it'll actually see roll 3, right?
Yeah.
Is that what we're saying? Okay, so
Yeah.
come across with the strike here, 17. Should automatically do that for you. Can we click that off? Let me see.
It will do elven accuracy. I have to have advantage before it will do it.
Yeah, it's behaving weird. Okay.
It didn't calculate
Yeah,
an advantage.
Counterlink. Okay, so with your Reaper +1 coming across in the side step, you eventually will stab this creature with the advantage, kind of catching it. And you're almost like moving and anticipating where it's going to be a little bit and stabbing up, slice into the lower or kind of right half of the creature. Creature takes 8 points of piercing damage, and you are no longer invisible here, as now you're revealed. Sneak attack 12 extra with that attack, and that immediately signals to you, Ares, that there is a creature that they have stabbed. You can see them coming out with the sword. You didn't see them coming out with the sword, but you see them pulling the sword back, is what you're observing. So they're pulling the sword back, and that immediately is your go-to to fire off some point that's there, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
so the way that I'm doing this, okay,
Mhm.
is I'm going to be removing the invisible state of the creature, so the creature could be targeted. When you target them, I need you to hold down control to fire because you're at disadvantage. Technically, you can't see them, so you're just going off of what you imagine their place can be. In addition to that, you held your attack, which means you only have one attacks to make. So that's the part of the rules we want to stay with 5e. So just fire off one arrow and see what happens. All right, 24 is going to hit. See, as the arrow flies with a 11 total points of damage, it lands into something. You can see the arrow flying, and eventually there's the thunk, and then the arrow just goes invisible. Could be dispelled, right? As it does, or it's simply. Athos, anything else for your turn?
I think he's gonna stay put, and yeah, that'll end his turn.
So, Tard, you heard the sound of a bow kind of launch off. That's all you heard. You just heard a bowstring kind of fire off. This is as best as I can give you, as well as the door. You see Zelissa's turn, looking in your general direction, smiling. The plain, kind of olden face with slight wrinkles and blue eyes, and kind of a little bit stained teeth. Very gentle and supple in the face. And they're just kind of looking in your general direction.
Ulissa, is your house enchanted? I think I just saw the door close by itself.
Looks in the direction of the door.
I will take that opportunity to go ahead and I'm just gonna, we're gonna scurry over here towards the front door.
Oof.
And
I can see everything, but I can't help.
I can't see anything and can't help.
damn, I don't have anything I can do. I'm just gonna hang out here with my shield out.
Okay, Dahi, you're up.
Alrighty. I guess seeing that the door slammed shut behind him, the first thing you do is test the handle and see if it locked behind it.
Seems to turn.
He tries to push it open.
Okay. Turn the handle and you push it up. Open the door.
Steps outside. He looks at the door saying, "What on this green earth is? I need to get your door looked at, man. You just about hit me in the butt on the way in." However, when he stepped into the bathroom, he had slipped his hand into his sling bullet pouch and used magic stone on 3 sling bullets, which he has in his hand.
Okay.
He has those ready. He's just like holding it beside him in a clenched fist, so it's not obvious what is going on. Door interaction, would that have been a free action or to use my action? How do you
It's a
want
free action to open a door.
Okay. So he will look around the room and hold an action to make an attack with one of the stones, just freehand, in case something comes up. But he doesn't want to pull out a weapon yet.
So you're just holding in case something sus happens, and then you're going at it.
Yeah, that door kind of tipped him off. He's like, wait a second.
Okay. Sounds good. Anything else?
Nope, that's my turn. Action, bonus action, no movement.
Okay. Go ahead and end your own turn. So you should see in the turn order. You should be able to click end turn,
yes, there
and
is an
you
end
can
turn
go
button.
ahead and edit. Yeah.
Oh dear.
Yep. Doesn't even know. It's the sad part. Garden, you are feeling the hands of something long and the claws as you walked by. It seems as they are attempting to claw at you.
We have another gelatinous cube situation.
Okay, do I feel it enough to shield?
No. There's no reaction you can do to an unseen attacker unless you have alert, something that would defy the unseen status.
You have a shield. Does that get? That didn't give you alert. Never mind.
No.
Yeah, it just comes into play if you have the alert kind of thing set up that way.
The feed.
So,
yeah.
yeah. So, claw comes outwards. Take 11 points of slashing damage. As it slashes across, you then now can take your reaction if you so choose. In addition, courtesy of rules, see the creature come into play. Invisibility then ends for a series of attacks. Comes through, ripping across, the hair comes down, because the creature stands about 1.5 feet taller than you are, and then is going to go back with the other hand to claw strike you.
I know Likey pain.
Comes across the other claw, swinging, hits into the shield, scratches against it, lets out. Tongue kind of comes out, and then open up their mouth and bite through the shield. Bounces right into the shield. Begins to move left and right. Ends their turn.
May I use my reaction to then that
Yep.
having shown up?
Swing away.
Okay, so I'll make an attack with my
Let's just all take a moment. This is the first time David has made an attack against
First.
Huzzah!
you.
And I can't even see it.
Yeah.
So let me roll. I think this will roll the damage. No, it will not. Oh, yes, it will. It's just a roll.
It should roll an attack roll, and there
Nice.
should be damage associated with it. So a 26 from the stone, really good roll coming through there. I like the magic stone sound.
Wow, that is quite a sound.
That is quite
Yeah.
the sound.
Magic earthquake.
Yeah. Magic boulder.
Magic earth.
The boulder.
Magic boulder.
Looks like there's no damage formula in the spell. So
Okay, I'll
just an
update
FYI.
that, but it should be a d6 plus my wisdom.
Yeah, you go and just roll a d6 and the lead 4.
Okay.
So we got the 5 points of damage dealt. You're able to kind of hit, slinging the stone right in the back left of the head, kind of knocking them just a little bit. Okay. Ending that reaction, we now come to the one on the outside here next to you, Athos. Is immediately turning and seeing you. As they do, they look and they begin to look and stare with their hands, and they twist these wisps of magic as they begin to grow, and they begin to throw it out in your general direction. This
no.
wave of energy bounces through. With a 15 there is what I got here. It looks like you are going to succeed on a saving throw. The effect of the wave kind of pulses at you and hits, and you throw off your head and move.
No.
Upon the casting of a spell, the invisibility then ends from the creature. The creature then slightly begins to cycle through and kind of twist them body around, getting their back towards the like kind of the railing of the back porch, and looks kind of holding up the hands and begins to yell out words.
Oh, there's more of these.
Notice Alyssa stands up from her particular chair. She then begins to look in the general direction of both of you here. As they do so, we go ahead and cycle through to their actual appearance. As they begin to shape change themselves, almost like an alter self spell. So they're immediately turning themselves from this old pleasant lady into something else. They look in the direction of you, Dahi. They then begin to invoke their magic outwards at you. Begins to fill in space. This wave of pulsating energy strikes towards you. With 14, you are going to be successful shaking off the waves of the energy that pulse outwards from this innate magic the creature's casting. So no real components. The creature's just kind of evoking from the hands and sending up the wave of energy. They then are going to push themselves back to the back door and turning the handle slightly as if they're anticipating to be a back step. And then they smile and quicker. Get them now! Ending turn, Dahi, your attention turned and focused away. A bite comes from your backside from the bathroom. You whinge from the sights of the wispy of the hair coming at you, ducking underneath. The bite is a miss. They then become into play. You turn, wrapping your body around, coming for the first claw strike through. Slices over from your collarbone down. 25 hits. You take 10 points of slashing damage. They then come across with their third of their multi-attack here. 24 with the claw strike. One's down and the other one up. Comes towards your face, lacerating from the chest to the neck. You take 17 total points of damage. It's massive numbers. So you see the lacerations coming through and splitting your skin. Creature ends its turn. Ares, you're up next.
Oh, you done fucked up now, boy. I've been waiting for some, the one on Athos, I'm fucking taking a shot at. Let's go.
All right, 22 is going to hit. 12 points of damage is dealt. The arrow's right to the shoulder.
You don't have sharpshooter on?
Proud of him.
I don't? I did?
You don't have sharpshooter on.
Bullshit!
I don't turn it on. You're the one who does it. I have no control over that, Dustin.
What? Hold on.
Get fucked.
You didn't see that in the first
damn.
roll?
No!
It wasn't there for the
I-
first one.
It
I was
didn't
being
occur to
cautious.
me
I was like,
until
hey,
he
he's
rolled a
learning.
12 again, and I was like,
No.
why is he rolling so
Turn it on then.
Oh, trust me, it's on now.
Yeah, it's on. I can see it now on your character.
Oh, that's why. Oh, I saw. Okay, so I wasn't paying attention because I saw the effect, but it was telling me the effect was off.
Correct.
On
It's
my
grayed
screen.
out.
Okay.
It's grayed out if it's off. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna shoot the bitch again.
Okay. Nice. 17 is going to hit. As it comes through, lands in the center point of the chest. 21 total points of damage.
Did you kill this thing?
I mean, I'm sorry, Athos. How about you do a little bit of work here, and I'll hand it over to him.
You couldn't even bloody see it.
I mean, I did hit it all 3 times, though. I kind of making up for my Coliseum fuck up.
Actually,
And it is your turn, by the way, Athos. I ended turn.
yeah, I see that. I'm gonna assume Ares can deal with this thing. To gift of the old one.
Okay. Activating your gift.
Yep.
What are you doing with it?
I'm just turning invisible, and if I can get any of the light sources, I'll grab them. But I don't know with the walls and things how that works.
So we get to focus on your ability here. It begins to channel outwards, pink and purple cackling around you. You see the creature kind of looking towards you and kind of going wide-eyed as if they've seen it before. They then begin to kind of pull their shoulder back. You begin to suck lighting from the sun itself, as well as some of the candlelight that comes from inside, dwindling some of these light sources that would otherwise be available to you. Harnessing that, you then turn invisible.
And then I'm gonna do around this one.
Oh my god, he ate Athos!
Is that door locked?
It is.
Hold on. I have a thing for that. Where's it at? I can do.
You have a thing?
I do not. It's for perception and investigation. I thought I could bonus action lockpick, but that's not. It does everything except that.
Everything but that. You used your
Pretty
action,
much.
You used your action to activate your gift, and you have no action economy to unlock
Oh
the door.
no!
Yeah.
Oh
door is
no!
Okay. And these windows are solid. You said.
They are metal. They're not metal, but they are wooden etched. So they are glass panels, and then they have like a wooden piece that can go between, right? And then they have a little latch. Imagine they can open up. So
Like,
you're glass.
if I
and
was
wood.
if I was going to breach it, I'd have to crash through it, right?
You would have to crash through it. Yep.
I'm assuming that's more than just movement. Like that would take an action or something.
Yeah, it would take like
Yeah.
an athletics check.
Okay. Well, in that case, I guess I will just bonus action hide while I'm behind him, invisible, and in my turn.
All right, go ahead and make an active stealth check then, because we're in combat.
An advantage because of invisibility.
It's not advantage for invisibility for stealth checks. If I recall, it's disadvantage on perception checks to perceive you, right? So, like, let's say, if the creature can't see you, it doesn't get a check, right? So then it's going to be, I want to hear them instead. I'm thinking they're going invisible. They have disadvantage on it. They can't
Right.
get to that level, but there's nothing in terms of cover that you have here, right? You're kind of just like standing there at the door. So we're going to end your turn, Tardan. You're up next.
With crackling lightning
All
around
right.
you, by the way, I just add that in there.
Well, not anymore.
I am going to take off my shield and put it on my back. And go
Okay.
ahead and pull out my drums. And as I beat the drums, looking the one closest to me dead in the eyes, I'm going to cast Psychic Lance.
Lord.
How does that work? Bum, 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 bum. What are you
Just
doing?
sort of
What is that?
mesmerizing little drumming, you know?
I love it. Okay, so you throw out a psychic lance at the particular target here. Before you actually get off the psychic lance, the creature in front of you is going to take a reaction to potentially counterspell it.
Oh, shit.
Spooky.
They're going to fail the counterspell. There it comes through as a holding of hands. You're kind of drum making. They're kind of throwing at the hands. The drum sound waves kind of penetrate through. They wash over. The creature is going to succeed on their saving throw. They are not incapacitated, and they only take 12 points of damage.
All right. Well, that's
They'll throw
fucking
their hands up.
terrifying. Dahi, if you want to come over here into the doorway with me, I have an idea, and I'm going to step away from them, seeing as how they kind of took a reaction. And I'm actually going to end my turn here.
Okay.
Know where everything is, and I can't tell you. It's so painful.
All right, so Tardan, Dahi, you hear a door kind of heavily opened from the left side of the cottage, shoveling of steps upon wood. It's unclear to you both where this particular character is. It seems somewhat near the fireplace, maybe 5 feet away from that. Eventually, though, an effect begins to emanate in the direction of Tardan. You are hit by those waves. Wants you for a save. Tardan, you have failed. Fall paralysis. On the casting of that spell, the invisibility that ends, revealing where the token is, the character, creature is, holding up the hand towards you. I forgot them! Sidesteps with a wide eye towards you, Dahi, and Sir. Dahi, you're up next.
Okay. As an object interaction, Dahi is just going to politely close the door. I'm sorry to walk in on you. And he is going to go behind this one.
Okay.
Make a shove attack 5 feet to put him next to this one.
Okay, go ahead and make an athletics check.
Wow.
28. You are going to be successful, shoving them 5 feet.
Okay. And then he's going to draw his sling and make a attack against the one he just shoved.
Okay.
So
Break that concentration, baby.
yeah, you better believe it. Let me make sure I have the features on, the effects. Yep, should be good. So let's try this and see if it applies.
Yeah, it's kind of like a trial and error for your character. See, make sure you're attacking right.
Yeah, things are actually
Yeah.
working properly.
Yeah, we haven't done it, so
14 to hit?
All right, 14 is not going to land. So you come across. I think we're gonna have to turn off that sound.
Yeah.
I was like, damn, that thing's loud. All right,
Okay.
let's see if I can get this out. Can I get the sound effect off? Oh, it's recognizing it as magic stone. I have to go into the global settings. Jesus. Okay, that's gonna be a
Okay.
little bit of effort. So you come
In the
across
meantime-
with your sling, you zip it, right?
Mhm.
And as you do that, the creature kind of shields himself with the hands and hits into the large meaty hand.
Okay. And he will, because he has a Hunter Ranger feature that if there's 2 targets within 5 feet, he can target the other one with an extra attack per turn. So he will make
Right.
that against the one in the back.
Okay.
Oof, even worse. Oh well.
It's a
And
9.
Yep.
Okay. Unable to strike, so lean back and forth. Unable to break their defenses.
Shame. Okay, that is my turn. Oh, I guess actually bonus action I can make more stones.
Correct.
So,
Sounds good. Okay. We can just go. You don't have to click anything for that. We're just going to say that's what you're doing for your bonus. And you can end your turn whenever you'd like.
yep. Just like that.
All right. Coming across with the stones after slinging it, you see this creature. The second one on your attack is going to step forward in the direction of Tardan.
You know, but this one I want to eat first.
Raises up the mouth. Goes in for a large, chunky bite. 11 is going to miss you. Overzealous. They crash into one of the wooden rafters of the cottage. Bunk the head. Ah! And then going for a claw strike. Natural 20, obviously, because you are held.
Yeah.
Deal 30 total points of slashing damage with one claw strike across your chest. They then wrap their other claw. That's going to be a strike as well. Another natural 20. They deal 29 total points. You are barely alive. Once and twice, paralyzed creature. Licking the talon, the actual fingers, right, of the blood.
You taste so succulent.
This one turning.
Where that would go? Where is it? They command the power of Grogash!
Begin to run. Direction of the door.
Can I opportunity attack that?
You can? Yeah.
Yeah. Is that a standard roll? Or is it advantage? to get more
Well, you're going to
rolls?
have advantage, you're invisible, so it should automatically roll the
Right, yeah.
advantage. Yep.
Yeah, there we go.
All right, 20 is going to be hit. Are you doing
And is
sneak
that
attack?
sneak attack? Yeah, because I didn't do it last time.
Because you're unseen, yeah.
Let's go.
There
12
we go.
is going to hit with the piercing, and then you got a total of 19 in the sneak attack. So you see, as you're running away from you, they're going to get up the railing, and then about probably like right here, right? See if I can ping that for you. And you just going to stab them up towards the back. And they take the blow, bleeding. And then they topple forward, dead.
You're welcome, Athos, for weakening it up.
That's good job. We've got to get inside now.
There's more?
Begin to move 20 feet.
Told you how many there were.
We'll sling down and we might spare your life or cook you second. I'm not sure. Second thought.
Throw off another spell at you. You fail with an 11.
Oh my
Hell
god.
as well.
Looks like meat's back on the menu.
Opens on the bathroom.
So delicious this one was.
Licks the chops. Goes in for a bite.
Oof.
35 piercing damage is dealt. 0 across your shoulder. You go in for a claw strike. 17 misses. It's too high, too zealous. Going for another strike. Lands. You were dealt 32 total points of slashing. you're unconscious. Still paralyzed. Floating down, you then begin to fall slightly to the ground, paralytic-like state. The creature comes down, looks in the direction of the window, sights, and the word of Grugash.
Grugash? Grugash is here! Oh
Ares, you're up next. Round 3.
All right, so Athos said we have to get inside, so I'm going to move my... Oh boy, my 35 feet. Oh, I can't move there. Fuck. Why can't I move at all?
Stuck in a tree.
Stuck in a tree. You're 15 feet above the ground. Are you in the measured
Oh.
distance? You're not on that.
Oh, I am in the measured
You're on
distance,
measure
man.
tool, Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to move my 35 feet here.
From the top
dropping
of the
con-
tree.
Yeah, you're still 15 feet in the air, too.
Yeah, I'm still... Oh, I can't move with that. Also, I'll drop concentration first. Because it's a concentration spell, if I remember correctly.
Well, it had ended. So you were in the tree. It had been 10 minutes.
Well, then I'll get...
Yeah.
Fuck, that's going to count against my movement to get down from the tree, isn't it?
Yeah, we did the same thing with levitate. Still counting against
Shit! All right, well, I'm going to get down from the tree.
it. Okay. You get down from the tree.
And
20
that
feet of
means I
movement spell.
have 20 feet of movement left.
Correct. Yeah, that's fine.
All right, and I'm going to use my action to dash, which gives me another 35 feet of movement, correct?
Gives you another full movement, yeah.
I'm going to come to the window there, and I can't do anything on my bonus action. It's been so long since we fought. I'm trying to remember. I will. I guess I see Dahi's down, and I see Tartan is surrounded, so I'm going to use my action surge. And I am going to go ahead and target that one right there. And take my first shot at it.
All right. So as you pull up your bow to take a shot, you then launch it, trying to break the arrow through the window. There's a window there. So you do, your arrow goes into the window, and a runic pattern explodes to the epicenter, and that force comes out towards you. Make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, dear.
Oh my god.
10. You failed.
Oh, God.
As it explodes out, you take 13 total points of bludgeoning damage from the glass, and the force just comes outwards. But the glass itself and the arrow still goes, so that punctures through, and then the glass breaks, shatters, and the wood works down. The window is broken over. The arrow kind of gets blunted by that force and then dispels. The creature then slowly turns towards you.
All right, I will take another shot at it.
Okay.
That's better.
All right, 21 is going to be successful. The arrow
Are you fucking kidding me,
17
Dice?
total points of piercing second damage.
I will use nope, that's fine. I'll stop there. So that'll that's my 2 attacks. Yep, that'll end my turn there.
All right, ending turn.
Just so you know too, I got errors on that end turn.
Yeah,
I
I,
don't know
was
if you're
getting
still-
earlier as well.
I don't know if you still want to track that or
Errors?
not. Yeah, I didn't see what they were. In some end user did not have permissions or something like that was one of them. I did catch.
Oh, I think it's because I changed Ulysses' artwork.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I got that too. Okay, so
Is it-
the wind.
Is it happening after every turn, or is it just?
Nope, that was the first time for me.
Okay, so I think
I
well,
did
you should
notice
be
it
okay.
just now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the window's open now.
Right.
So I could just hop through.
Correct.
Excellent. Nice job on the window, Ares.
You're welcome. Ouch.
Look.
Oh, diagonal. Sorry, it's on an angle. Sorry. Move your token. Yeah. I can move you through too if it's not working.
Yeah, it won't let me go.
There you
Okay. All right. Dahi's unconscious. $25. There. I'm going to cast Spare the Dying on Dahi.
Okay.
Yeah, and then that'll end his turn.
Okay.
Because that's an action, right? Yeah. Yep.
All right, Tardan. At the end of your turn, please make a wisdom saving throw.
I'm actually going to use Tides of Chaos on this, so that way I can do it at advantage.
Nice.
So let me go ahead and just do that. And what is that? Shift for advantage, right?
Alt.
No, Alt.
Give me the dollar bill, baby. Quarter every time.
Nice.
Oh, nat
Get
20. Okay. The whole person has ended.
Means the concentrating creature instantly dies, right? That's how the 20 works.
All right, and I will end my turn. That's
Okay. Cover the creature looking in the direction of the window. At this point, this one sidesteps to the window too.
Another one wants some of this.
It's going to move around.
Can I
Your
opportunity
reaction.
attack that?
Correct. You have a reaction back up because we cycled through your turn.
Yep.
Okay. 22 is going to hit. Roll stick attack. Have it available to you.
There's a dice in front of my. Hold on. There we go. It was like right over the button.
Oh, it was like sitting on top.
Yeah.
All right, total of 19 points of damage is dealt. You're able to stab the creature in the left. It wobbles.
Was that you?
Pushes the sister a little bit. Kind of looks towards the window. Ares' stairs. And then begins to glow electricity from its hands and shoots lightning at you.
Shit.
Point blank.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Oh.
That was on nat 20.
Oh.
Hold on. I'm gonna use Indomitable.
There you go.
Okay. And roll it again.
What was it? It was
A dexterity
automatic
save.
dexterity, right?
Dexterity saving.
There we go.
Hey.
Nice.
So taking Domino, getting the success now instead of the failure. You also are resistant to lightning damage, just FYI. So you are going to half the half. Total, you only take 7 points of damage. So
Must be
creature looks
fucking
towards you,
nice.
stunned that you're not sizzled.
that tickles. I should
Dahi.
antagonize him.
You are stable. There is no death saving throws that you need to make. You are just at 0 HP. And the hold person effect, being in an unconscious state and being paralyzed, is a wisdom-based throw. It's not a physical-based throw. In fact, since you are stabilized, since you're at 0 HP, you actually still can make that throw. So you can make the wisdom saving throw at the end of your turn here. A 10, so you're still going to be held and kind of upright. So it's actually just keeping you from going prone at this point, just like toppling over. It's going to be the end of the turn. This one is really fixated at you, Tardan, bleeding profusely. It then is going
I'm gonna
to
shield
raise up its mouth to bite you again. You're going to shield? Okay.
Yeah.
Prompting out for a shield, raises out its mouth. Grab hold, 25 is going to bite you through the shield. You take 8 points of piercing damage and are unconscious, toppling down with the shield still raised over you. Shield then begins to falter. It looks over at your unconscious body as you fall prone. Turns its attention direction of Ares. As it does so, it turns right and then begins to make movement. Ares, you
got
can
this,
hear a
Ares.
door unlock and open to your right-hand side. We now come to Alyssa. Alyssa steps forward.
You have come to be a
So sad. Oh. Turns and looks around, just relishing. Ends turn. 5 and 10. Goes 20 here. Is going to be making movements. Aries, you can hear a large bit of movement from your left-hand side now, and the jingling of a door as if it unlocks. Its turn. Aries, you're up next.
Oh boy. I assume I'm far enough away to target this one in front of me here without taking disadvantage because there's a window.
Yeah, there's a barrier
There's a
here.
space.
Yeah, it's definitely a space. The creature's not right up on you, for sure.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and target the creature in front of me here. I don't know if this is the right play.
15. See, as you raise your bow, the creature kind of ducks through the window. It zips, does not land.
So I will use my bonus action to do my curving
Curving
shot
shot. Okay.
and target that one right there.
All right, go ahead and make an attack roll against that target. Okay, 12. So curving the shot as it misses, it then hits into the fireplace and dispels. Does not land.
Fuck. All right, I will target this one again, the one closest to me.
There we go.
An 18 is going to be successful on the strike. See, as it now comes back into play from the window. 28 points of damage.
And I will use the grasping arrow on it.
Okay. So you're going to take the opportunity to use Grasping Arrow here. Creature hit by the arrow takes additional poison damage. Speed is reduced by 10, and it takes 2d6 slashing damage first time each turn moves 1 feet or more. And then it can take an action to try to get out of the bramble. So you're going to deal 4 total points of poison damage right now, and then we'll potentially have more coming up.
And then I am going to give me 1 second here.
I will say, if you move away from that range, the creature will attempt to try to attack with its reaction.
Fuck.
Up to you. I'm just letting you know. It's going to try to.
I heard
reach
a
out and try to
door.
swing.
I heard a door to my left and my right. You told me, right?
Yeah, you heard a door unlock to your left, and you heard a door swing open to your right.
So to me, that would seem like I'm about to be surrounded.
Correct.
Fuck.
It's just one hit. You got this.
That's 3 attacks per
Oh,
deal
no, his
coming through.
opportunity attack is only going to get one.
Only get one attack, not attack.
Yeah. No, that's what I'm thinking. I'm gonna take the opportunity attack.
So they're
gonna-
actually they're going to use their opportunity here to actually try to grapple you. So I need you to make an opposing athletics or acrobatics.
Nice.
23, successful. So they're just reaching out for you, trying to crawl and claw and grab at you at the back. You just kind of split, just run, jumping off of the porch. You then run into the grass.
Yeah, and I'll end my turn there.
All right, Athos, we come to you. You've only been in the invisibility for a couple rounds. We know kind of how long this lasts, depending on what you're able to kind of take with you in the absorption. There wasn't a whole lot of, in terms of light, you go invisible for this number of minutes, right? So we are not even anywhere near where this invisibility is going to end.
Bonus action. Healing word on Tardan.
Okay. So sad. But Tardan.
He's still
Stay
paralyzed.
so
I
hell.
can't help him.
Yeah.
All right, so you're still
Plus Tardan
prone,
has
but you're
hits.
conscious.
And then I stab this gentleman. person of other persuasions. Or Jesus.
Ooh, 16. So you come across, you see the creature's thrashing at the vines is just reach right, and then your actual rapier gets caught up in the vines a little bit, and they twist and cut out. You see as Ulysses looking in that general direction and sees it and goes,
And then the rest of his movement, he's just gonna move over here.
Okay.
And that one's turn.
All right, and your turn. Target, you're up next. You are prone, so step away.
Yep, I will use half my movement to stand up. Then I'm actually going to bonus action drink a potion here. Where's this potion?
Okay.
Potion of maximum power. Didn't think I'd have to drink this already.
Power.
And then
Okay.
Yulissa here is going to take a nice 5th level psychic lance.
All right, so you're chugging a potion of maximum power. So, first time you cast a damage dealing spell, 4th level or lower, within 1 minute after drinking the potion, instead of rolling dice,
Oh, it's
determine
4th level
damage,
or lower.
Instead, use the highest number possible for each die. Glowing purple liquid smell, so you chug it down. You see this invigoration within your magic. You then begin to cast out, reaching in their direction here. I have 8d6. Or you can't upcast
Yeah,
it. 'Cause
I
it's
can't
gotta be-
upcast that. Yeah, it's got to be 4th or lower. So let me put that 5th level back, and it'll just be the. I'll take away the 4th,
Okay.
and it would be
then
7d6.
7d6 is what the damage is. The creature is going to fail with a 16. It's going to take the full brunt of the damage here, which is a total of 42 points of damage. Creature also is then going to fall incapacitated based
Nice.
on their based on the spell descript here. So they're just going to kind of fly. The psychic lance hits them. They then begin to sway back and forth, confused and bewildered. And that's the start of your next turn. Dishindahi, you are let go of the hold, and then you topple towards the ground. You're just prone down.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna take a step back and open. Oh, the door's locked. Son of a bitch.
The
I'm
door's
just
not
gonna
open.
end my turn here in this nice hallway that I have secluded for myself.
All right, ending turn. We now come to the one that is grasped. You see as it kind of is brambled in vines, it's looking at your direction areas. It's a little bit just unaware what's happening at the backside of it. It's going to attempt to get out of these grasping vines here. So it's going to make a strength check based on your DC. It actually is going to fail that, so it's unable to actually get out of the grasping vines. It took its action to do so, and then is going to kind of move 5 feet as if it's trying to get out of the window, and then it kind of gets into the window crevice here, and then it's hit by the 2d6. Go ahead and roll it. Manually 2d6 for me here, Dustin.
Yep, I'm getting there. There we go.
Fantastic, thank you. Ooh, nice. Takes
Oh,
eight.
that'll pay.
Yeah, 8 points of slashing damage. Just kind of lacerated by the vines, and then topples into the chairs and pulls itself up. And realizes it's going to be continued to be lacerated if it moves. Also, its movement speed is pretty much none. Ends its turn. Tahi, now come to you. You're unconscious and prone. You're stabilized though, so unfortunately we have to skip your turn because there's nothing that we can do for you there.
All good.
Okay. Creature then emerges 10 feet out onto the porch, looks at your direction, Ares, and as it does that, it begins to move its hand as if to cast a spell here. It extends its hand to hold you.
Oh, perfect.
Failing with a 5, you are now held. It then is going to hop off the porch and move its entire movement speed up to you. You can steal out, holding its hand wide and high. We come to Yulissa, still incapacitated and can't do anything for its turn. Now come at the end, the door swings open. Another one moves 5 feet, turns, and then they hop down in direction of you, Ares. Goes in for a serious attack. Spike comes
Oh,
through.
no.
It's going to land. Bites onto your shoulder, ripping 40 points of piercing damage to you. rips a chunk out, then goes in for a claw strike. It comes swiping through. It lands as well. 33 total points of slashing damage as you're cut and bit. It then opens up its claw.
Another one, shall we? Ah!
And this one is going to be successful, ripping across for an additional 33 points, and you are unconscious and held, ripped.
I just want everybody to realize that was
Shreds.
over 80 points of damage in one round right there.
As it rips you to shreds, you're falling unconscious, held. And you can see the one toppling through.
That one was mine. That one was mine.
They begin to argue with themselves about who's going to eat you. Ending turn. Ares, we now come to you. Fortunately, you were unconscious. I need a death saving throw. Please.
Can I not use second wind?
You can't. You are unconscious.
No, you're
All you can
unconscious.
do is make death saving throws, and then I will have you make a wisdom saving throw because you are held. So first death saving throw, please. 12, you are one step closer to life. Please make a wisdom saving throw. 16, you are successful in breaking the hold. So you are going to be let go of the hold and then topple prone. That is going to be the end of your turn. Athos, you're up next.
Bloody hell. So an opportunity knocks. Stab it in the back.
Oh, is this a crit? Because she's stunned too.
Nope. Incapacity is
No.
not a crit, unfortunately.
Rip.
28 is going to be successful here.
It's taking a
Roll
long roll
sneak.
of damage. There we go.
So that's 27 total points of damage. It comes
Yeah,
through.
and
Stab directly in the back, twisting the blade.
Don, can you help Dahi? I'm a bit tapped at the moment. He's just gonna. That will end his turn.
All right, Tardan, you're up next.
Fuck.
You guys have, Tard, you have, unless you can see me, you have no idea about what's going on outside with me either.
Yeah, I can't
Yeah.
do it.
But the issue is that if I don't kill the thing in front of us, then me healing Dahi just means we both
Doesn't
get
do
one tap
anything.
next turn. So I either have to kill it.
Oh, I can't see
And
anything in front of you.
It's at the start of your next turn here, so the creature is no longer incapacitated. So the psychic lance is worn off. Big decisions. This fight is tough. Walked right into the nest. We can go to break. I mean, we can take a break if y'all want. You want to take a break?
Yeah, I think we should
Yeah?
take a break.
Take a break. Get our bearings here. Okay.
I'm fine. I'm unconscious in the back.
Well, I mean, your party's not fine.
Welcome to the
The only person who's fine is your rogue who's literally just invisible,
Just
bouncing
invisible.
around. Yeah.
The
So we're
invisible
gonna-
medic at this point, right?
Invisible
Like trying to
medic,
keep
yeah.
people alive.
Yeah. But I think it's actually going to work out in your favor that the creatures have like left outside. I think it's actually going to be in your favor here. The little turn.
That's what I was waiting on.
Yeah, I think
I-
that's what you're hoping for too. But obviously, you
That's-
don't think that right now, Eric.
No. I was trying to draw them away because I could see Dahi was down. I could see that Tardan was hurting. I tried to draw them away. I was not counting on over 80 points of damage in one round though.
Yeah.
But you know,
Yeah, that'll
it
make
is what
sense.
it is.
Hold plus critical makes you want to drink. I know.
Mm.
So we're gonna go and take a break here. So if you're watching us, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Ride or die, baby. We're riding or we're dying. We'll see what happens.
Or
We're doing one or the other.
I
something.
know, right? One or the other. We'll be back about 7:20 p.m. PST. So if you're joining the stream, hopefully you join us when we get back. And thank you so much for watching. Really appreciate it. So we'll see you in a bit. Bye.
Bye.
All right. You're joining us. Thanks so much. Really appreciate it. We're coming back into our session in the heat of combat. We have multiple players who are down, and we had essentially the whole party at this point. This is life or death. We are riding or dying, very quite literally today. I'm going to go ahead and get. Let's get it ahead, and we'll do this one. Make it look at a too loud, jovial combat music. So, Tardan, we come to you we are round 5 at the start of your turn. What are we doing?
Yeah, we're 5th level psychic lancing her and praying that it's enough to kill her, succeed or fail.
Okay. So, you let a psychic lance.
She's gonna counterspell, isn't she?
So look towards you. Take a reaction to try to counterspell it.
Use my reaction to counterspell her counterspell.
Counterspell.
I'm kidding. I don't have counterspell.
Fuck.
Okay, counterspell is going to fail. The reaction is spent. The intelligence
Nice.
saving throw is a failure as well. Creature takes 26 points of psychic damage. You see the head begin to pour blood from the ears as well as the nose. Jiggles a little bit before toppling back into the fireplace, sliding down to the lump of wood, and then is lifeless.
Good job, Todd.
Yeah, nice work.
We're gonna go over here and hide behind this wall and wait until my next turn when I can get Dahi up.
Wow. This one is going to take their strength check to get out of the vines. They are going to be successful. This is why you never eat as a GM. Now I have like food stuff in my cheeks. I'm like, whoa, crap. So that effect is ending. They then are going to take their movement speed, go right over the top of Ares. Creature does not eat you. It actually begins to search you, particularly for the items and the valuables you have. As it is, they looking at you, and they're doing their good, diligent work, potentially of taking your weapons and things away. It's going to be the end of their turn. Dahi, you're up next. Since you have nothing to do here, we're going to skip your turn.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. When Brent stopped Calamity a second, that's when he literally started killing
He's
you.
just like, I need a cola, and then he killed everybody.
That's what he did. This one begins to pull your bow and your belongings off. Takes your cloak, your ring, begins to pull them off of your body. So they're actually eluding you. So take your ring, cloak, your bow.
It's fine. I've given my party a chance to
Its turn.
get healthy.
This one begins to take your arrows, hand axe, short sword, taking them off, throwing them behind them. Then
God
it takes
damn.
your armor, ripping it off of your chest. Get you
When I get
naked.
out there, he's just going to be naked. What the hell did I walk in on?
Ares, now come to you. Please make a death saving throw.
Nice.
You're one step closer to life. Ending turn. Athos, you're up next.
Okay, well. Oh, dear. It's not looking good. Don't think I can really help him much right now, other than maybe get them off him. I'm going to stab the one to his right.
Okay. Natural 20. Roll
Nice.
sneak attack. Total of 54 points of damage. Sneak attack is critical as well. You stabbed the creature directly through the left side of the neck, piercing in, bleeding profusely. Gargling, and creatures begin to turn in your general direction.
And then I'm going to bonus action dash. Over here.
Okay.
And that will end his turn.
Ending turn. Tarn, you're up next.
Hey Dahi, how you doing? We're gonna go ahead and cure wounds. I've learned my lesson. We're just gonna spam. Right? Or- This is why I didn't roll higher because I was gonna roll like shit. So,
All right.
I know my thing. And then I'm also going to get out there, bud. You got this. I believe in you. Yeah, have fun with that there bardic inspiration. I'm gonna go back into my corner over here. I'm gonna end my turn.
All right, we now come to the hag on the bottom side. This one, which was the one that was entangled, seeing the one stab bleeding profusely from the neck, begins to look, smells the air, knows that someone is invisible, turns towards Ares and grabs their lifeless body by the neck with one arm, raises them high, turns them and grabs and hugs them, opens up their mouth.
Do it again, or I'll bite his fucking head off.
Yeah, it's only 2 death save throws. It's okay.
Because they get multiple attacks.
Yeah, you know.
I hear it next.
Okay. Dahi pops up. He's like, well, good morning, sunshine. Gee, Lord. He slowly gets to his feet, looks out the window, which I saw out of character. The rightmost one just got stabbed for something fierce, but which of them looks the roughest from what
One
I
that's
can
bleeding from the neck, holding their wound right now.
That
Which
sounds
is the one
about
that stabbed
right.
through the neck.
That sounds about right. So he is going to spend half his movement speed to get up.
Okay.
Shimmy on over. Actually, if I attack him, the rightmost one from here, do they have cover?
No.
Actually, well, I guess that doesn't matter because I have sharpshooter, so that's the thing.
Correct.
So I still have my magic stones from before. It's not
You have
concentration.
3.
So
Right. You
yeah,
have 3
because I didn't
magic
get to
stones
use
available.
them. So I will attack the rightmost one first.
Okay.
Maybe.
It's going to prompt you. If you don't want it, you hit the red X. Oh, so the X, right, to close up.
X in the top right. Okay.
All right, 19 is going to be successful. You deal 16 points of bludgeoning damage. The magic stones go straight through their head and back out the back end of the head. They then topple from left to right and begin to fall over.
So then, because of the sling, that bullet ricochets to the one to the left. So I make a separate attack roll against them. I do not want the inspiration on that. That's also a sharpshooter.
22 hits. You deal 21 total points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay. Second
one?
attack, I will target that one that I just ricocheted to.
Okay.
Nice.
I like how we're gonna get 3 of this sound effect. I love it. I have to get into the. It takes a
Bing.
little bit. All right.
That one ricochets to the one that's hugging Ares. That is probably going to miss even if I spent the Bardic Inspiration.
I have unfailing.
Oh. Oh, it's unfailing. Well, I might as well roll it if I get an 8 or so, then it is a D8 right now, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can manually roll it.
Yeah. So. Nope, so it probably won't save that hit.
Yeah, that won't hit. So the ricochet, so you're bouncing as they're kind of ricocheting off from the back of the heads, kind of going through. One of them is killed, and then the 2 are still alive. The one that is bear hugging with the mouth open, bleeding from the back head wound of the one, but then the ricochet kind of just narrowly misses from actually landing against the side of the head.
Okay. And then I get one last attack from the Hunter level 3 feature. Again, I will target the one on the left and try to ricochet to the one on the right. Yeah, even with Bardic Inspiration, I cannot salvage that, unfortunately. So
7's going to be miss.
so let me see. I spent 5. Do you round to the nearest 5-foot increment when we take halves?
Yeah, so
Or-
this is where, so just FYI, this is where we're past your magic stone because you don't have enough magic stones. So just be aware of that. We took the damage based on the ricochets. We had 1, 2, 3, and then the ricochets came out through that, right? So this will be the last of the stones, right?
That's 3 stones per turn.
Yeah. So this is the last stone that'll ricochet because it's the same stone that's being ricocheted.
No,
Or
so
is it 2 separate attacks?
the stone can only ricochet once. So I made 1 attack against the right guy, ricocheted once. 1 attack against the left guy, ricochet once. And then Hunter level 3
This-
feature, 1 attack,
One
ricochet
attack,
the third time.
ricochet.
So that's all 3 stones.
That's all 3 stones. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, this is the last
Yeah.
one.
Yes,
This is
correct.
stone. Okay.
And then he will use some of his movements to retreat to the bathroom and take cover.
Gotcha.
And then bonus action, he will make more stones.
Okay. Sounds good. Hit your turn whenever you want.
Oh,
I'm
I'm
gonna
sorry.
make stones in the bathroom. I like that.
Yeah.
Here, have some
What
stones.
happens? I closed the pop-out
You-
window for the combat tracker. Can I get that back?
You can right-click the double swords. Right-clicking will pop out anything in Foundry usually. So
Very nice. Good to know. Thank you very much.
yeah, no worries. Okay. So now we come to this creature. This creature is going to cycle over. Notice again that there's things happening from out in the window now. They're getting zipped and pelted. Seeing that this one is unconscious and grabbed, they then are going to go and attack. They're going to make a series of 3 attacks at Ares.
Oof.
Seeing that the onslaught is not stopping. First attack comes through.
Fine. No way they hit me all 3 times, right?
So, when you are struck, you are dealt 2 failures. Okay?
Good thing they totally missed every time, right?
So, the bite comes through and rips at your shoulder. Bleeding profusely from the shoulder, they then come in for the claw to swing once more. They claw into your chest. They rip into your cavity, clawing you apart. That is a total of 4 death saves, failures that have been applied. Ares, you are now dead. You will make no more death saving throws.
Yep.
It's fine. We have a priest that owes us a favor.
That
Being turned.
priest is also dead. Might I remind you?
No, he's unconscious. He's fine.
Okay.
That was also like 3 hours ago. He's probably awake.
Ethos, now come to you.
You should not have done that, my friend. I will feed you to Grugash myself. And he's gonna stab the one that just killed Ares. Maybe. Barely.
18 will hit. You can roll sneak. 10, 19, total of 29 points of damage. Stabbed directly through the lower left leg, piercing it.
Oh, yeah! They're not stopping!
He will swivel around to the other side. And end his turn.
Tarn, you're up next.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and step out. Is it 5 feet or 10 feet of movement to go through the window?
It's just basic movement. There's no penalty. The wind is broken at this point. I'll move you.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
I think it's because the window's too small. It doesn't want to get your
Yeah, you
token.
can't quite fit. Yeah.
All right, seeing Ares' dead body, we are going to. I can hop off the balcony without taking damage, right? It's not 10
Correct.
feet.
Yeah, it's not 10 feet.
All right. You guys tried to eat us. I get to eat you now. I'm going to polymorph into a T-Rex.
Nice.
Fuck these guys.
Mind your step.
All right, so you're going to polymorph into a T-Rex.
Yep.
Give me 1 second. I gotta configure it as a 7 volt.
Fucking jackasses. Only I get to kill Ares.
T-Rex. You move your token in any which way you want, centered on the space of the polymorph, basically. So you can just like kind of filter it wherever you want in the terms. You're not like just floating your polymorph into the, into the roof.
Last into the
Yeah.
building, yeah.
No, I'd probably be out here.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I don't get my attacks yet, so I will just end my turn here, looking at the bleeding food.
All right, turns its attention in the direction of the giant T-Rex. Begins to kind of yell outwards. As they do that, lightning begins to grow from their hands, but then is
dear.
staunched. No! Realizing that they don't have that available anymore, this one is the one that actually launched the lightning bolt prior to, then begins to run away, taking 5 feet, leaving threat range from both of you.
Let's see.
Okay.
Oh, that poor man.
All right, so 21 and 33. Yeah. Okay. So 54 points of damage. So the rapier stabs him in the leg. They become hobbled, unable to run quick enough. The bite comes out as you grab half of their body, ripping it up, and you begin to engorge, eating them solidly. Oh, I put health back.
He just healed him for 50.
You begin to engorge, pulling them back, and then down the gullet they go. Creature's dead. Dahi, you're up next.
Okay. 5, 10, 15. Seeing the last one that's here. Gonna make a couple attacks against them.
Okay.
See, I haven't targeted and go. Nope. And go. That one probably doesn't need the inspiration.
All right, so 20 is going to be successful in hitting them. The sling zigs 18 points of bludgeoning damage and lands to the head. It goes through. Creature begins to topple down to the knees. That is the end of combat.
Okay. Oh.
So, since I still have a 2 intelligence, but I keep my personality and stuff, the T-Rex is going to pick Ares up with his tail and just start walking back towards town. Because that's all he
You
understands.
sure as fuck
is,
ain't do it with your little short arms in the front, are you?
Look, that's all his intelligence understands is there's nothing else to eat, so he's going to take you back to town.
And eats you?
I mean, no, you keep your personality and your alignment, so like I know not to eat my friends. I'm going to take it with me.
He's just at the doors like, let me out! Let me out! Because the doors won't open.
Yeah, the back doors are open. You can come out that way.
Oh. Whoops.
So as the creatures in their dead state, you see Ares that is dead as well. The cottage begins to be dismantled as it is sucked at about itself. It seems to warp inwards. And as it does that, placed with a little chest, sits just at the center point of where that was brought in at. So you can see the chest loosely placed. Let me see if I can get bugged out. I have to refresh. No, that's disappointing. Okay, let me refresh. I'll split that. I don't know why that one's bugging out. There you go. There's the chest though. Go ahead and remove the walls. And remove the lights.
Ugh.
I knew that it was magic. I didn't quite expect it to disappear once we killed them. That's interesting.
Yeah, I'm just saying y'all better do Ares a solid and loot that damn chest before you leave. That's all. And you know he would.
Oh, we got to get all the Ares' shit off of the one. Yeah, I will go search their bodies, remembering that Ares is naked and they probably took all the stuff.
So, as the chest that's pulled to, you see that the T-Rex wrapping and grabbing Ares begins to trot itself in the direction of the township. Disappearing Athos, you begin to pull the items, the ring and the cloak and the sword and the other things. The chest, 2 eyes kind of open, and then the chest opens its mouth. Hi, how you doing?
That's unusual.
Pardon?
How's it going? Name's Herbert. Nice to meet you.
Herbert. There's nothing about this I understand.
Well, listen, I don't have much time before I gotta go to the Astral Sea. I can help you make what this was a house. You just have to sign this contract. As the tongue unrolls itself, written in the scroll on the scribe, it simply states that Herbert the Pocket Cottage will conjure a home for you upon your request. Can be a design of which you would like within reason and bounds. In addition, can store items of a certain weight. In exchange for this, Herbert Pocket Cottage eats you when you die.
Yes, that's a fascinating offer. Have you seen a small boy by chance?
Nope, I haven't seen a small boy.
Hags didn't bring him by, did they?
No, these creatures bring a lot of things by. I'm not a small boy.
Well, I suppose that's a relief.
Yeah, I guess. You gonna sign this? I got about 30 seconds.
Nope.
How about you?
I don't. No, that doesn't sound quite equitable to me.
As demonstrated by our friend back there, dying on this plane is all too easy.
All right. Turns around towards Ulysses' body, opens it up, snaps onto the body, begins to eat on it. It does, consumes the rest of the body, turns around. It's been real. See ya. Gets sucked. Disappears.
That was one of the most singularly bizarre things I've seen in a while, and I do not say that lightly.
Yep.
We need to look around for signs of the boy. If we bring him back, the priest may owe us a favor good enough to get our friend back.
If you don't mind, I think I'd like to take a second.
Oh yeah, please. I'm sorry, I don't have more to offer. I'm a bit tapped after all that.
I'm fine, thank you. He's just going to roll up a couple poultices for himself. Let's see, first one here. Take back 22 points of healing. Roll up the second. Fortune's okay. That'll do for now.
Not entirely convinced. The trail led us to her. She led us here. Certainly, the boy has to be somewhere around here. I hope they didn't eat him already.
I hope not. But where's Todd?
Oh, I think he's trying to carry Ares' body back to town. He went that way. He's a dinosaur at the moment.
See a large
Right.
T-Rex going through the trees in the southeastern direction.
Ah,
Saves us having to carry him, honestly.
honestly, I thought that was something random like the talking chest house thing.
That's
Okay,
just
so
tough.
you can make an investigation or a perception check if you're trying to search for signs.
Okay.
That I will.
Do perception. Let me see.
27. So you're looking around for notable places, maybe a holding, something where they would stash the boy, since the house has kind of consumed itself and disappeared. You're looking around, but you don't see anything. There is nothing. No material possessions of what the cottage had is out here. It's simply a large open grass field that has very little of devastation from a large structure sitting on it. It's as if this house was as much as it was a conjuring as well as objuration, maybe illusion magic now is coming across. Your tech magic was only perceiving the outside, not necessarily the inside of the cottage.
Could it be the boys still back at the logging camp?
Perhaps.
Was the other option we considered.
I mean, we don't. The boy was missing before the attack, presumably. It could be that he had just wandered off, and in looking for him, the priest angered this thing for some reason.
I suppose.
I suppose we could check the logging camp on the way back. We've got to catch up with the T-Rex.
That is true. Well, since out of character, in that case, since Tardan has walked off in this T-Rex form, I'll go ahead and throw a couple more poultices on myself. I was saving a couple for him, but
2 intelligence, baby.
We gotta get a dinosaur roar in here. Is it number 1? I can't remember which one it is. I think it's number 3. No, it's not it.
That's
Great.
it.
that should do just fine. 60 to 76 will do.
We were an hour outside of town, right? I'm not
2
just gonna
hours.
like cause a. Okay, I was gonna say I'm not just gonna cause a giant commotion when I get
Just
back.
walk
as a
into
T-Rex.
town as a T-Rex. Yeah, great.
Then you'll have the challenge of carrying Harry's body.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. He's naked. He doesn't have any loot on him. I have a decent strength.
Yeah, you're just
Not
gonna walk
high.
into town carrying a
The
naked corpse.
dead
It's
body.
fine.
I mean, he's also dead. I can just throw him in a bag of holding.
Sure.
It's not like he's
Cold
gonna
storage.
get more dead in the bag of holding.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking up characters to roll after this. Sorry, my bad.
No, Ares is not dead. Ares is just temporarily.
Oh,
dead.
Ares is fucking dead with the way you guys are doing this.
Committing to the bit?
Heading in the direction of Township and Fort Farron. I'm going to go and activate our map here, Fort Farron. So, at this point, the rain still falling down. It's actually going to increase to a medium rain here as the hours have passed. Eventually, the two of you, Dahi and Athos, are actually able to catch up with Tardan, who's carrying Ares at a certain point in your travels. And that's roughly about half an hour or so outside of the township. You can see some of the loggers have actually gone and ways into the small wood marking trees. And so you're seeing that in addition, some of the hunters, right, those notable effect. You have yet to get to the township, to the wall, but you are now kind of joined together, and you have the body of your fallen friend.
You should get him to the temple.
That'd be wise.
Yes. Either the priest will resurrect him or Paylor will. One or the other.
Surprised you put your faith in him.
And
To distract me
Pewa,
is
I do not
fine.
put my faith in him, but he does owe us a great deal. So
We can talk to him directly. That's a fair point. We sort of we have a fair bit of favor directly with the deity himself.
Interesting.
It's gonna resurrect. You're gonna have to be a holy person, Ares, when you come back. Indebted to
Yeah, that's gonna happen.
Pewa.
Roll up
So,
a zeal cleric,
Hurrah.
sling fireballs everywhere.
Continuing your journey to the township, we'll advance it another half an hour. You begin to hear the sounds of the crowd noise from the timber company, sounds of falling trees as well, and then continue hard at work. You are now on the dirt and rock covered road where the kind of corners of the wall. There are guards on the wall, not particularly those around you at the current moment, but you notice that some of them are kind of like looking and just keeping their eyes, since they're sentries, right, and more perceptive than they were before, not just like sitting or lounging around. You have see the timber company down there to the south. You could eventually we could head east on the road. The temple was your destination of choice, and so you're trying to get into the actual township. You notice there's no gate right here. These walls as well around the township are not, we're talking about 10 feet tops of terms of size, and they're kind of rock walled up just to create a structure of a little bit of a barrier. And then the towers are like platforms of wooden things that they've constructed nearby them, kind of climb up on ladders and such. And they have other ladders too to get on top of the wall if they need to. So some of these guards not just like they can't just like run across it if they want to, especially the township walls are like that. You get in the direction of the crossroads, right, of that front entrance, and that's when one of the guard actually notices that you're carrying a half-naked body on top of your shoulder, and the others down the way are kind of yelling, "Stop! Stop!" And then kind of looks, and one looks down towards halfling. "Oh, what's going on there? Are you all right?"
Dino Man?
does it look like we're fucking all right to you?
No, it doesn't. All right. Begins to look around. Who blew this thing? How many times? Half-orc across the way to the platform. No reason to blow it. Gets down from the stairs, the ladder from the platform. Halfling eventually comes down. Another guard joins. There's three of them. The half-orc speaks. Oh. Were they attacked by an animal or something?
Or something. We're trying to get to the temple. We need to get there.
yeah.
The time is of the essence.
Yeah, you go. As you begin to push past, the halfling then talks in the background. I think they killed them. Are they murderers? Well, you see how I was messed up? I had ammo to that. Beast of God. They're just like staring as you all begin to walk through the rain. Horse carts and traffic eventually get to the temple. The doors have been opened at this point. There's slightly of a crowd that's here, and then there is a kind of not a regiment, but like a decent sized uniform of soldiers that have positioned themselves, kind of creating a cone or like an arc of sorts outside of the staircase. You're coming into this, and so the crowd is actually pretty, in terms of size, it's pretty loud. The rain kind of pushing past the cars of the traffic. There's no actual visible way to get to the front entrance here except to push past the crowd. The soldiers are kind of there, like holding the hands out and talking to a few people. It's not like they're pushing and shoving. We don't have a storming here, okay? No one's storming the building, but it's like causing that barrier. And then you see is like the commander, Remar Luna, comes out and then just talks and whispers to a second commander of sorts that's there, and then looks like through the crowd to find a path through, and then sees you all. "Oh, kill it bad now!" Begins to kind of shove and force the soldiers through to actually push the crowd and create space, and then begins to pull you all up to the stairs, and then funnels you into the actual temple, shutting the doors with the commander and a couple soldiers. And then there's also some soldiers with medical supplies and other things that are positioned by Priest Emily Goldbelly, who's on the altar and is awake and talking. The crowd begins to kind of become diminished, and the rain as well subsides, just a light onto the roof. Commander speaks now. what the hell happened to them. God.
Well,
I will gladly answer all of your questions.
Get them
as
here,
soon as
lay
the
'em down.
priest- Yep, I will lay him down at the altar.
Man, kind of sits nearby the altar, not on top, but on the bottom. He sees Priest Go Billy begins to groan a little bit. No, put him up here. I put him. Begins to kind of hold themselves off. Slowly begins to walk into these areas and place him where Priest Go Billy was, directly onto the altar. Oh my goodness, he's he is perished. He's gone. Oh, my Palos light. We give thanks to you. Please bless this young child with the spirit of your soul and the light everlasting. Begins to pray, commune over, grabbing some of the different things that are upon the stone tiling, still wounded. Some of them giving orders and directions to commanders, just kind of wiping the brow. Tell me what happened. What got to your friend?
I'm going to actually ignore him and pull out the Sunblade and kind of hold it over Ares to kind of give a focus for the priest and for Palor.
Thank you. My holy symbol. I was attacked and they took it
Yes.
from me.
We tracked your attackers. They have been dealt with, but that is what led us to this point. They killed our comrade.
there seemed to be some kind of a group of old ladies out in the woods. They had some sort of magical hut house thing they were living in. Mighty fine spellcasters, very dangerous, but their claws equally sharp.
I should know. When old ladies attacked me. Merlin, holy water, please. See, as a little boy, Merlin comes out from the back room. From the basement.
Well,
Some bitch.
I
We
got it
had
right
thought-
here.
we had thought that he'd been taken. It seems that the boy is safe after all.
Oh, yes. To a small timber picked them up. Stayed the morning in the field house before they took him over by lunch. Back to the temple. So late. Yes, we give you some token of perhaps something that your dear friend here would offer up for commune, prayer, hope.
Do you have all of his belongings? I don't know what they are, though.
Halo, your holy light, please give us your strength and bless this one. Bring them back, their soul, for their time is not yet done. They have so much more to do, more lives to save. They shall not go into the shadow and disappear to the darkness. They will come out like a beacon of hope, shed upon all of your followers, and guide them like a shepherd among sheep, and push back the wolves.
While this is going on, Doggy will tend to Tardan's wounds with another poultice. Since he came out of that dinosaur form pretty scuffed.
Yeah, some of the medics here at this point, healers, right? They're grabbing some things out as well to help and do different things to those that are visibly wounded at this point. I won't have any rolls per se for that.
Sure,
at this
just
juncture.
spend
So
it.
just kind of giving you understand what they're doing around you. The Commander Marlin also is taking a step back, just letting things happen. They're not a holy person by any means. There's no business resurrecting spellcaster. They're just kind of taking a step back and talking with some of the soldiers and things and mentions to go point towards the door. The second commander is just kind of folds the arms and stares. At this point, you can see that the roof on the actual temple as it begins to crack, splinter. Like there's these bits and pieces of fractals that are coming apart. And to this point, they begin to kind of break off. And as they break off, they kind of slowly fall down as if gravity is being warped. Sunlight begins to kind of shed through some of the fractals of the cracking roof. While that's happening, at the cusp of time, you're looking up. Ares. You are in a space of white light. Far as your eye can see, the mounds of rolling holy light embraces everything. You stand there as you were fully equipped, standing tall, looking around in every direction. As you turn your attention to crack and a splinter of sun as it explodes outward, shooting radiance of light, you see an avatar of Pelor in the same design as they had presented themselves when you communed with the second sun tree. See, as the avatar of Pelor stands before you. They kneel down. They look at you. It is your choice. I have intervened to put your spirit and soul here. Your suffering has ended. But there may be more to your life than just that. It is your choice to see it through to the end, or to come with me, where your soul will go.
Yeah, it's a big decision.
No pressure.
No pressure since we still have some time left on the session, right?
Your spirit is suspended. You are, for a brief moment. Time is now.
I wish we had a break right now so I could think.
That's a party vote. I mean, you all want to take a 5-minute break?
If you want to take a few minutes, that's
Oh,
fine.
yeah. I'm
That
okay
works.
with that.
It's a big
Okay.
decision.
Okay. If you're watching the stream, thanks so much. We really appreciate it. We're going to take a secondary break here, just 5 minutes. So about 8:10 p.m. PST. So that way our player Dustin can decide what they want to do next. So thanks so much for watching. I'll be right back.
Bye.
I mean, I can. It doesn't matter.
It's up to you. The stream's live now. I can do it
Yeah.
too.
Go ahead. You're probably more eloquent than I am.
Eloquent than you are. I think you spoke just fine. I didn't have any problem. Go ahead, Dustin. You want to inform the
So-
viewers of your.
So after some consideration, there's definitely a part of Ares that wants to see the fulfillment of his promise he made to Lucky, his mentor in the military. That he promised him as Lucky helped him escape from captivity. Matter of fact, not only helped him escape, but gave up his life to do it. And part of the promise was to carry forth the stone, the gem that Ares has, that he's now realized or come to know is bigger than just getting it back to Lucky's family, and it could quote unquote save the world. As this party is becoming to know as the chosen ones. The other part of that is, of course, the stuff that he's seen in his military service and his career. Coupled with the loss of friends that weighs at him. So it's truly a 50-50 decision for Ares, and I don't honestly have a good way to make it at this time. So what we're going to do is what was recommended is roll a dice. And
Okay.
I think the recommendation was a D4, but I think I'm gonna go a little bigger to make it a little more fun for everybody. I'm gonna roll a D100 if that's okay. 49, or I guess it would be 50 and below. He will choose what some may consider the easier path and die. 51 and above, he will choose to live and continue on with the chosen one path.
Okay. Here. All right. We'll let the dice decide. Probability. Okay. True Dungeons and Dragons fashion. Roll the probability dice whenever you're ready.
I don't know if I'm ever going to be ready. You for those that are watching, you do grow attached to these characters, regardless if you are really enjoying it at a certain point in time or not. You grow attached to them for sure, and they become a part of you and your personality. So, here we go.
Hey,
Hey, there you go.
There we go.
definitively.
It's so high too on the roll. I
Yeah.
love it. That's great. Okay. The dice have decided, and you have chosen. You see as Valor, in the avatar form, looks down upon you, waiting for your answer.
I feel I still have more to offer to the world and to the chosen ones. I would like to continue my path, if you so see fit.
Then it is done. But be aware, it took great intervention to bring your soul here, and let it not be consumed. For there is one that would do so. As they move the gauntlet from left to right, it begins to turn from this golden colored metal into a vibrant white sunlight as it sends out a beam striking. You then begin to feel yourself falling in the light, the dog in the background. You then begin to pass through. We now pass into the temple. The fractals slowing themselves downwards. They then begin to come more and more as a beam of light begins to emanate from the sky as it comes crackling down and splintering and vaporizes some and most of the stone bits of the caved-in roof. As it strikes surround the altar with a spiralous twist, you can see the figure of something that resembles that of a medium-sized humanoid floating down through the radiant light and then begins to be placed neatly into the body of Ares. Then, with the swoosh of the wind and the air as it's blowing, holding on to objects, light that moves into dazzling sparkles and begins to crash and crest upwards back to the sky as if to retreat, leaving the hole in the roof. Cracking of the clouds begin to close, and Ares lets in a breath.
Holy shit! Pardon?
Oh, good. He brought you back. I don't have to wage war on the sun god.
Tahi, Athos. Are you all here?
Yes.
Did you make it?
You're here. Big man upstairs did a hell of a job, better than I could.
Papelo, be blessed, thank you. This is remarkable. You have been touched, my child. You've been touched by Halo, by the light. You are blessed beyond measure. It is remarkable. This day, the 3rd of Aerith, shall be known as your day. Yes. Blessed Saint Ares.
Go to holiday.
Oh, you're a saint now.
Jesus, this is all great, but who the fuck are you? And
I
where
am-
am I?
This is the temple. Do not fear. Do
Well,
not
we
fret.
brought you back. We brought you back to town to bring you back, as it were.
We
why
were
am
in a
I
little bit of a
naked?
hurry. Yeah, we were in a little bit of a hurry.
They,
Your friends.
I've got your things here, so here you go.
Take as much rest as you need. Holy water begins to sprinkle holy water over. That's fine. You get your rest. And, Commander, begins to make way towards the commanders. Begin to speak, moving towards the center of the pews, giving you all some space. The rain is falling down from the roof. Here.
What? The last thing I remember is shooting something through a window, running backwards to try to draw things away from everybody, and I'm here. What the fuck happened?
Well, if I might chip in, I'd say you saved my life, to say the least, amongst others.
Your tactic was successful. You drew them all away long enough for me to get Todden back up, who could help Dahi. But I couldn't make it to you in time. You were swarmed.
I guess I do remember. What in the hell were those things first? But I guess I do remember, like, I don't know what, like 10, 20 of them around me before I went down.
Something like that, yes.
I mean, oh my God.
That is the story that will be told.
Holy, you guys, real quick on an OSC note, would I remember what Paylor said to me?
Yes. You have
Okay.
full conscious memory of what happened.
All right, sorry. I probably should ask that first before this. My bad. You guys will not believe what happened to me. I'm assuming you guys got me here quickly, so like, I don't know, in the last 30 seconds or so, since you care about me so much, what Paylor said to me. It was unbelievable, but I don't think we can abuse this again. I think this was probably the one favor that we'll get from Paylor. While I appreciate it, I'm not sure it was best used on me.
Well, you're the one that was dead. It wouldn't have been very good on anybody else.
Hell, y'all been in this hero business with these things, trinkets, longer than I have, so feel pretty wasted if it were me.
That, and if he didn't bring you back, I would have marched to Athema myself and burned down the sun tree. And I'm pretty sure he knew that. So,
He's got to spare now is the problem.
Sounds
yeah,
like
but that one's a
somebody
lot
woke up and
smaller
chose
than the
violence.
other one.
The
Last time we saw
evil
it.
campaign.
Oh yeah, no, Ares' death would have definitely been the evil Tartan campaign.
These damners like right behind you. Good.
Unlimited power. Do it.
God. I just got the hiccups from that. Oh my god.
That would have been the evil Tartan campaign. Is Ares' death?
I've got a flip like a Batman.
Don't understand.
Oh, man.
It's too good.
Wow.
So
Sorry, I got the hiccups off laughing at that. I'm sorry. I apologize.
as you're having your conversation, you see Merlin is fetching holy water from down below. Now, extra bandages, as well as some spell reagents and other things too for the healers and things, right, that are necessary. And out of the corner of your eyes, it seems that Merlin has an amulet around their neck, silver amulet, inlaid with a very interesting black gemstone. As it sways when they're putting the supplies down, the amulet then reveals as it falls outwards. They catch it and they put it back into their greenish vest shirt they had. And then they waltz over the direction of Priest Dumbly Goldbelly, Commander Remar Luna, who are talking in the middle of the temple.
Did you catch that, Tom?
I did. I don't
You go
think he's
deal-
quite old enough to be a chosen one, though. So I'm gonna go fetch that.
Yeah, you do that. I'll distract the priest.
Wait, what? I was just gonna go tell the priest that I saw it and I need it. Is that not how we do things?
I mean, I was assuming you could probably just convince the child to part with it. You're great with children.
Out of character, Ares pulls out a cleaver.
He's like, chop off an arm.
We're going for the arm. Let's go. Finally got my wish.
Uh,
It only took me dying to get it, but I got my wish.
Sorry, OC. Totally OC. Could resist.
I figured the priest would have the background on it because if it's a family heirloom, it's going to be a lot harder to talk a child out of it than.
If you have something shiny you can give him. He's a child.
Oh, I could give him the Damodar coin. Do you think you would kiss it? That wouldn't.
That,
Maybe
you know,
I don't
that's
give him the
a
Damodar.
bit dangerous, perhaps. Yes, no.
Coin. Do I have anything shiny?
I have a bell you could use. He works in a church, though. He probably has a bell.
Oh, I know what I can offer him. All right, I'm gonna walk away from Athos as kind of realization hits, and I'm gonna go approach Merlin.
As Merlin's just eagerly waiting and biting at the chance to speak towards Priest Dumbly Goldbelly. As you come walking up, they turn in your general direction. Oh, hi!
Hey, your name's Merlin, right? That's what Priest Dumbly Goldbelly told me.
Yeah, I'm Merlin. Nice to meet you. Your name?
I'm Tardan Salangale.
Tardan Salangale. Nice to meet you, Tardan. Holds up
Yes,
the hand.
nice to meet you. I will go ahead and shake his hand very carefully, making sure not to get blood on him.
Wow, you've been through an ordeal. Where'd you go?
We thought we went looking for you because
You did?
the priest told us that you were missing yesterday, so we were a little worried and concerned, but luckily you're okay.
Did I get your friend killed?
No, you did not. That was by all mistakes of probably myself. But that's besides the point right now. I notice you have an interesting amulet. Where did you get that?
This? See, as Merlin's cheering up. This is from my family.
Well, Merlin, what if, and I'm going to go ahead and pull out my black gemstone that matches it. I told you that by letting me borrow that, you could have your own part of the story in saving the world.
I can save the world.
You could. That stone is very important to our quest that we are on.
Roll persuasion.
Oh, that's not the button I need to click. That's how you roll.
I've always wanted to be a hero.
Well, and as well as letting me borrow that, I also have this ring here. And if you wear this ring and you take good care of this ring will protect you in all of your future hero endeavors.
Really?
Yes, it is actually it is actually a magic ring. It is a ring of protection.
Oh. What about those drums?
Those drums just saved my life. I can't part with the drums, unfortunately.
Oh. I really like drums.
Has anyone taught you? I could teach you how to play, though. I may not be able to give you this pair. I could always buy you some drums and teach you how to play.
Okay. Sounds good.
Do you mind if I have your amulet, though?
Technically, you just need the stone. You can let him keep the amulet.
Yeah, but usually it messes up the whole thing.
All right. Takes it off. Here you go.
And while he's watching, I'm going to go ahead and hold my black stone to it and try to see if I can salvage his amulet. If not, oh well. Sucks to suck.
So you pull out the stone and you pull out the amulet and you begin to bring them closer. As you do, you see the stones begin to pull towards themselves. And after a point, the force of it alone begins to liquefy. So they begin to be pulled almost like they're magnetized. Then they liquefy, changing their state of material. They then begin to come together. And as they begin to come together, they begin to form into a crescent shape, which is far more translucent than before. Still has that black color tinge. It's forming to more pristine. The amulet falls backwards, just doesn't have the black gemstone inlaid into the setting piece of silver. Sees the crescent begins to float for a brief moment, and then you put your hand underneath it and it just gently lays down. It's about 1.5 inches in length.
Well, Merlin, it seems I don't need to mess up the amulets. I will still offer to teach you drums since I think we're stuck here for a little while. I don't know that Ares is going to be ready to leave anytime soon. And I will hand him back the amulet without the gemstone.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'll put another stone in there. I heard this
I'll
was
keep
my
an-
dad's.
Your dad's? Do you know anything
Yeah.
about your dad?
No, not really. I was an orphan when I was really young, and I bounced around from place to place until Free Skullbelly took me. Skullbelly talked about my dad and my mom. They said they were they used magic. That they were good people.
Well, you sound like you are a good person yourself, Merlin.
Thank you.
If you learn to also channel magic through instruments, you can actually make lots of people happy.
You think so?
I know so. It's what I do.
You gonna teach me?
As long as we are in town, I will teach you the drums. And I
Okay.
will actually go find you a drum set as soon as we leave here.
Oh, okay. Puts down the pew and just stares at you.
And at that point, I'm going to go back to Ares and check on the rest of the group.
So while he was doing that, I was going to grab the priest and make sure he didn't interfere.
Okay. So as you grab the priest, kind of turning them around, probably positioning him looking towards the doors instead of the backside. Yes, I got you. You put it all right?
I'm just trying to piece everything together. Those things that attacked you and what they might have been after. They took your holy symbol. That
This
seems
is one
rather
of them.
personal.
It was odd, yes, but I only woke up and my holy symbol wasn't there. I didn't know they took it from me until I woke up. But they told me to part in shreds. And they were cackling and laughing, and I thought it was the boy. I had got into, heard a knock on the door, and I was pacing, and I had found Merlin. And when I opened the door after getting on my raincoat, I was going to now go outside of the walls and look towards wood or the farms and things, for the search outwards, and there was Merlin. And I bent down to give them a hug, and that's when it crushed me and broke some of my bones and laughed at me and said it was going to take what it was that they needed. It was a scuffle. I put up a fight, let me tell you.
Oh, we saw. Yeah, we tracked the evidence.
I
We could
tried.
tell.
The creatures
They were
caught
fearsome
me
creatures.
left-footed. Yes, they caught me left-footed. That was the only reason why I took up.
Yeah, if you had your weapon, you would have been fine.
I have the power of Palo. I could smite them.
So they needed a symbol of Pelor. They didn't strike me as the religious sort.
I have questioned this myself after I woke up. I wondered why they took it.
It is puzzling. Well, at least they're no longer of this plane, so nothing to worry about there.
Yes. Well, they rot the infernos where they come from.
They actually
yeah, I
got
think-
eaten by their house, if that makes you feel any better.
What?
They had some sort of enchanted cottage that apparently, upon your death, eats you.
How interesting.
It's
I've never
fascinating.
heard of anything like that.
A bit gruesome, but
Well,
it offered us a contract, but it did not sound palatable to myself or anyone who was conscious.
I wouldn't have agreed to that. That sounds horrendous. Hate to my chest. Well, serves them to have right home, sorry. I mean, I just think that. I wonder if they've been there for a time, eating, doing this. I've never seen them. No one's interacted with them.
Yeah, we were curious about that as well. It seems like they would have run into someone in the Smallwood if they had been there for long.
Yes, indeed, and no doubt they. I would. I could. Is there anything left of them? Creature, the bodies of the creature.
Well, the one was consumed. I think the others might still be there.
When I am in right shape, if you don't mind, I would like to go out there to see them. It's commander then. It's listening. Pretty dumb to go, Belly. The horde is on the move. Time you come right shape, we're going to need you to fight.
It is a
That's
fair
what-
point.
I don't understand the creatures why they're here. After what they needed. Just muttering.
So you've never encountered anything like that before, from the fog or the swamp, or
No, we have not counted. Nothing that was Priest Dumbly had described to us. Not that you have read for.
I'm fairly confident there aren't any more. I would warn you that they have the ability to be invisible, though, in addition to seeming like someone else. So be on the lookout, so to speak.
There's not much we can do about that. We will be on the lookout for sure. Is there any aid that I can render to you and your party?
Oh, for the moment, I think we've recovered. Seeing that our friend has come back from the dead. I
All
think
right.
we're fine from the moment. When are you expecting the next attack?
We observe the reports of our patrols. We stagger them every so odd miles. Continue to observe the fog. That's how we report them. Our latest report suggests they'll be attacking not this night, but the next.
I suspect we may still be here at that point, so I suppose we
Be
shall
here
see.
if you will, be if you want. We look forward to your company. Hopefully you can fight alongside us and see what it's like. In the interim, Priest Dumbly, I'm stationing one of my second commanders here with the soldiers. We're going to be surrounding this temple, and you all get some rest, you and Merlin, all right? Should none of these invisible creatures come at you. Oh, that'd be lovely, good commander. I don't know if it's necessary now. I think it's all gone, but I was. I think you so much happy. Where's Merlin? Merlin? At this point, you finished your conversation. Sees Merlin with you. Merlin, boy. Begins to have a conversation, stating, Jordan, right, that you're teaching drums and things. Just fine, just fine. I'm going to get some rest, Merlin. Soldiers will be here, protecting the temple. Just stay close. Please don't leave. Thank you all. Thank you. Begins to walk up towards Ares. Looks towards you, Ares. Ah, Saint Ares, bless me do. Bless me thy life.
Ares will put out his hand like the Pope does.
Jesus
Look-
Christ.
I'll look at Tardan and just kind of smirk.
Well,
You're going to make him
Holy shit.
jealous.
Blessed by Holy Testament. You do well, Saint Ares. Taps you on the knee, the leg. Just goes to the back door, headed for the upstairs to go to the chambers. It's like for sleep and rest at this point.
It's gonna go to his head, ain't it?
It might. I think he's mostly just flaunting it over Tardan because Tardan would have loved that type of attention.
I would not have wanted to be a saint. There's too much responsibility with that. You have to be a role model.
You could fake it. I've seen you fake it.
I can fake anything.
Not to most people.
I mean, to be quite honest, although I'm kind of playing it up a little bit, I'm honestly still trying to figure out everything here. I mean, as much as we've said and done things with Sun Trees and Paylor and everything else, he just saved my life.
Yeah, still fuck Paylor.
Well, he he repaid a debt. Let's be honest. He owed us one.
I mean, I don't know. I feel in some way I'm indebted to him still.
That's not how that works.
What?
Your journey is wrong.
What,
The math
what do you
doesn't add
mean
up.
is not how it works?
The math doesn't add up.
What?
What kind of celestial calculus are you doing?
We created an avatar of Paylor on this plane. He brought one of us back to life. I feel like that's a very... If anything, he still owes us a little bit more. But maybe
What?
not bring somebody back from the life. But he still owes us a little bit more.
He's some
I-
interest-
How would you feel if it was your life that he brought back?
Oh, then he'd owe us a whole nother life on that point. You know, like...
I mean, all that I'm saying is like I don't know. Like I'm very conflicted right now with how I feel about all of this. I feel like I was not trying to sound self-righteous or anything, but like our job as a group is not done, and that's why Paylor brought me back, was to finish what we've already started and gotten so far with. But in
Well-
the same, I'm not sure I can ever forget that feeling of relief of... I'm sorry, go ahead, Athos.
Well, it's just, given what I know of this sort of magic and divine intervention and things, it requires a willing soul to return to the body. So you made a choice to return to us.
I mean, to be quite honest, everything that I remember from the interaction, I didn't make a choice, Athos. I would have been quite content to put my past behind me. And I don't know what the right word is, but the only thing I can think of is come to peace with what has happened to me in the past. I feel like as I was explaining all of this to Paylor, he decided there was yet more for me and then therefore us to do during this life. And I feel indebted to him for that. As much as I hate to admit it, I would actually honestly miss Athos and Dahi.
Well, I appreciate your sentiment.
And maybe Tardan a little bit. Just a little.
You should
Oh,
have
don't
seen
worry.
him
Even
when
my
you
songs
died.
reach his domain. It's fine.
When you died. He turned into a dinosaur. He went on a rampage.
Huh?
Absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, that about sums it up.
A dinosaur tartan?
Yep.
Yeah, we saw one in the Coliseum. I thought it was pretty cool, so I figured I'd try it out. I was a little late to saving you, though, but I'm pretty sure I ate one or two of them.
It's fierce. Vengeance was swift.
I will tell you quite honestly, it was not about my actions were not about me saving me. My actions were to make sure that all of you made it out to continue what we've started on. Obviously, since you guys brought me here and were able to get me to the priest, it seems to have worked. Although I will be honest with you, dying was not part of the plan, but I knew it
Usually
could happen.
shouldn't be.
So I appreciate the rush that you guys got me back here to the priest and to bring me back. Thank you for that.
I only wish I could have gotten to you sooner.
I think you guys did everything you could given the situation to live, which is why I did what I did, and then to try to save me in the end. And for that, I appreciate everything. Thank you.
I understand whether you feel like it was a decision or not. At least subconsciously, a decision was made. And there are things that you've spoken to me about, that you carry, that you chose to pick up again. Presumably to help us finish our mission. So you have my thanks for that. And if it ever gets too heavy, I happen to know of a particular divine being who specializes in forgetting.
I do as well. His name is Jack. Last name Daniels.
All right. On that bombshell,
Okay,
we're gonna
sorry.
go ahead. We're gonna close. We're gonna close out the session. So that way, since you all have a level up here, so 1,675 experience each, should put you at 64,444 experience total. And I know, Dustin, right? You gotta get off, go to bed, things like that. So I want to kind of get the ball.
I'm actually good. It's spring break week and there's no games
Okay.
tomorrow, so
Okay.
I got a little bit of time.
Okay. Well, I didn't mean to cut off your role play or anything, but I didn't know
No, it's a
situations
good point.
and stuff. Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay. Cool. We always continue it on the next session. So I'm going to go ahead and close up the stream. If you're watching, thanks so much. Really appreciate it, especially for this just last half of the session here. It's just been absolutely crazy. Player death, resurrection, talked about just all these different interwebs of how this is working. And then come to find out, Merlin is at the temple.
Just fucking
time.
chilling. Yeah. That's such a
Like,
kid thing.
Not even like a thing. So what exactly happened? And you kind of you all, I would say, right, Aethys, you definitely are getting, I think, the track of knowledge here of what was going on, especially since that Merlin had an amulet around their neck, fucking found, and had a black gemstone, which you have experience with as a party of being some value, of some worth, extremely that towards your quest. So without further ado, close it out. If you're watching, check us out next week. And hopefully you see Ride or Die. So we'll see if we ride, see if we die, right?
We
Anyways,
definitely
thanks so
covered the
much.
second part this week.
Yeah, we did. Thanks so much. Really appreciate it. And we will see you again. So bye.
Bye.
Bye.